Chapter 963. Published at 9th of May 2022 2:09 and 9 seconds p.m. Chapter 963. 963 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 963. The real culprit, that young man who beat my son was player Yuan? Impossible. I won't fall for this. Jing Yi was in denial. However, inside his mind, he started recalling a certain rumor that White Lotus had managed to contact player Yuan in. I don't care if you believe it or not. However, it is a fact that your family had just tried to assassinate player Yuan. If the other families learn of this, nobody will dare to stay by your side. Bai Mengyao shouted. Stop. I swear on my ancestors' graves that our Jing family had nothing to do with the assassination. Do you really think that I would do something as blatant and reckless as shooting up a street in broad daylight? Bai Mengyao frowned, and he started wondering if the Jing family had truly called in the assassination on Yuan. Anyways, do not bother me or my family again until you have concrete proof that it was my family who ordered the hit. And if you dare spread such rumors, I will sue you for slander. Jing Yi closed the video call shortly after and started pacing back and forth his room with a panicked expression on his face. He was telling the truth when he claimed that he had nothing to do with the assassination attempt, but he had a feeling that he knew the true culprit behind this madness. He eventually picked up his phone and called his son, Zheng Weiman. Hello? Zheng Weiman picked up the phone after a few rings. You crazy bastard. What have you done? Tell me you are not behind the shooting this afternoon. Zheng Ye's voice was so loud that it dazed Zheng Weiman. However, to his surprise, Zheng Weiman spoke in a calm voice. Huh? They already got to work? What a pleasant surprise. I really thought it would take at least a few days. Why you? Are you serious? Jing Yi could feel his legs giving out on him after hearing his son's words. Yes, I am. I was the one who ordered the hit on that bastard, so what? This will teach White Lotus what will happen if she dares to approach any man that is not me. Zheng Weiman laughed out loud. This bastard's gone insane. Did he hit his head during his fight with Yuan? Jing Yi cried inwardly. He always knew that his son was a crazy bastard, but even he couldn't have anticipated that his son would be crazy enough to hire assassins. I have underestimated him. This is bad. Really bad. Don't worry, father. Jing Yi suddenly said. I made sure there were no traces or evidence of my involvement, so they won't be able to hold us accountable. Jing Yi sighed out loud and said, Have you seen the news? No, I haven't. Why? Jing Yi asked in a puzzled voice. There were no deaths. In other words, your assassination attempt has failed. What? How is that possible? I told them to use the strongest firearms they have available. Not even a spirit master cultivator could survive such firepower. Well, not only did they survive, but White Lotus was also there at the time of the attack, so you almost had your beloved assassinated alongside the man you're trying to kill. What? I gave those bastards specific instructions to not attack when White Lotus is near the target. Those useless bastards. I paid them a hefty fee, too. Zheng Weiman cursed out loud. Since White Lotus was in a disguise, the attackers did not recognize her, but Zheng Weiman wasn't aware of this fact. Jing Yi sighed, and he proceeded to ask, You? Do you even know the identity of the man who you just tried to have assassinated today? His identity doesn't matter. Since he dared to offend me, he's a dead man. Player Yuan. That man was player Yuan. Do you have any idea what this means? Jing Yi suddenly yelled. What? Zheng Weiman muttered in a dazed voice, seemingly having difficulties comprehending what had just heard. I really hope you didn't leave any evidence behind. If I learn that you've screwed up, I will, without hesitation, kick you out of the family and disown you. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. But father. So what if he's player Yuan? He's just a nobody who got lucky in Cultivation Online. Do you have any idea how many families within the legacy rankings are looking to curry favors with this nobody? If they learn that you tried to assassinate Yuan, they will definitely side with him to destroy us. I'm done talking with you. However, let me give you one more piece of advice as your father. Hide. Don't show your face until all of this calms down. Jingyi disconnected the line and tossed his phone at the wall, smashing it into pieces. Fuck. That fucking crazy bastard. Meanwhile, Jing Weiman sat on his bed with a dazed look on his face. So he was player Yuan all along. It all makes sense now. No wonder why she dared to fight back. However, none of that matters. They cannot touch me without proof. As for those assassins, even if they have failed their first attempt, they will continue to try until they fulfill our contract. Zheng Weiman quickly stopped caring about the situation, as he was confident that he would not get in any trouble for his actions. After all, there were rules and regulations in this world, and being in the top 5 of the legacy rankings, these regulations were in his favor regardless if he was in the right or wrong. I don't care if you're player Yuan. Come get me if you can. Ha ha ha. Zheng Weiman laughed like a madman inside his room. Back at the hotel, White Lotus had the entire hotel secured by her guards so that not even a rat could enter or leave the premises. They were basically in lockdown. Meanwhile, Meishio had her wound inspected and treated by a professional. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 964. Published at 9th of May 2022 2:09 and 7 seconds p.m. Chapter 964. 964 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 964. Take me to the Jing family. Luckily, the bullet only grazed your skin. I also checked your blood just in case they laced the bullets with poison. The results were negative. You'll heal in a few days. The doctor said to Meishio after inspecting her grazed wound. Will this injury leave a scar? Meishio asked the doctor. Since you're a cultivator, it will only last for a bit. It will eventually disappear completely, but I will prescribe you with some healing cream just in case. I see. Thank you. Meishio nodded. Once the doctor left and they were alone, Chu Liusheng spoke. What should we do now? Yu Rao's birthday is tomorrow, and the concert will be held in public. If we don't deal with the situation before then, they could attack during the concert. Is there anything we can do to the Jing family? She looked at White Lotus, who shook her head. Unfortunately, we don't have any concrete proof that the Jing family was the one behind the attack. My father spoke to the head of the Jing family, and according to what he told me, Jingyi doesn't appear to have anything to do with the attack. I also highly doubt they would leave behind any evidence that incriminates them. So there's nothing we can do about it? Meishio asked with a worried frown on her face. Not legally, no, White Lotus sighed. We can try to look for the people in the black van, but we're still investigating that. The entire Bai family is currently working with the police and investigators, but even with such a force, it will probably be a few days until we can learn anything. We don't have the luxury to wait that long. Yuan suddenly spoke. Do you have something in mind? White Lotus asked him. He nodded and said, Meishio, Lulu, I want the two of you to stay in this room together until I resolve our situation. It won't take too long, I promise. What are you going to do? Meishio asked him in a worried voice. I'm going to get the evidence we need to deal with whoever decided it was a good idea to put you all in such a dangerous situation, he calmly said. Yuan approached Meishio and caressed the bandage on her arm, where she'd been injured from the attack. The person who caused this will wish that they'd never been born. Even though his voices were as tranquil as still water in a lake, the ladies could feel the anger boiling within, and it was only a matter of time before it exploded, causing the water to splash everywhere. Meishio suddenly grabbed his hands and spoke, Yuan, I know you're angry and that you're doing this for us, but please, don't do anything that will hurt you. I won't. I promise. Yuan showed her a gentle smile. He then faced White Lotus and said, Can you do me a favor? Oh, of course. She immediately nodded. Let's go. Yuan started making his way towards the exit. Don't do anything that you will regret later, Yuan. I know that you care about our safety, but don't forget that we also care about yours. Chu Liuxiang shouted as he reached the door. I know. He responded as he left the room. I want guards inside and outside of this room at all times until we return. Make sure no harm comes to our guests. White Lotus said to Jasmine. What about you, Miss Bai? I will be fine. White Lotus said as she glanced at Yuan. I understand. I will make sure the guests are protected even if it's the last thing I do. Jasmine nodded. Please take care of Miss Bai. She turned to face Yuan and bowed to him. Sometime later, White Lotus followed Yuan to the roof of the hotel. Yuan continued walking until he was standing at the edge of the building. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. After standing there in silence for a couple of minutes, he suddenly asked, where is the Jing family? The Jing family's headquarters is located in another city, but they have a branch family that is about an hour outside the city. Although you won't find the head of the family, Jing Yi, there, you should be able to find Jing Weiman. That is good enough. He then asked, do you mind showing me the way? I promise you that no harm will come to you. I will also owe you. I don't mind. And you don't have to owe me anything. You saved my life today. I should be the one with the debt, she said. The only reason you guys were put in such a dangerous situation was because of me. I was their target. You guys just happened to be with me at the time of the attack. If you don't mind me asking, what are you going to do once we meet the Jing family? I doubt they will tell us the truth even if we threaten them. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a low but clear voice. I don't know what I am going to do to them, but I know that it won't be very pretty. White Lotus swallowed nervously. Do you plan on killing them all? Don't worry, the Bai family will protect you no matter your decision. Yuan turned to look at her with a profound smile on his face, but he did not respond to her question. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a cold voice as he took off his sunglasses, revealing the red eyes that had been concealed by the shades, that would be too lenient on the bastards that attacked us. I won't kill them, but I will make them wish that they were dead. White Lotus' eyes widened with shock, and her body trembled in fear when she saw Yuan's crimson eyes that looked like it had been dyed in blood, not to mention intense killing intent that was contained within his gaze. However, mixed in with her fear was awe, as she was also oddly charmed by his presence. Although she wasn't certain, she had a feeling that Yuan was looking at her through his eyes as of this moment. Yuan lifted his arm and gestured for her, take me to the Jing family. It's our turn to surprise them. Yes. White Lotus responded in a low voice before grabbing his hand and flying into the air with him, her heart throbbing with excitement. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 965. Published at 10th of May 2022 5:09 and 9 seconds AM. Chapter 965. 965. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 965. Regaining his vision as they made their way towards the Jing family, White Lotus couldn't help but stare at Yuan's handsome face and beautiful crimson eyes that resembled jewels. Yuan. Your eyes. What happened? She couldn't resist her urge to ask him. I'm not really sure. After seeing Meishio getting hurt from the assault, I felt something being released within me, and before I knew it, I regained my vision. Huh? So you're no longer blind? White Lotus muttered in a dumbfounded voice. For now. Who knows how long this would last? Maybe I'll return to being blind after a few hours. Yuan turned to look at White Lotus' beautiful face and pale complexion. Even though I can see the world clearer and in more details with divine sense, there is just something unique about viewing the world with my eyes. He said with a smile. It's unfortunate that I had regained my vision during this time when I am unable to enjoy it. His smile quickly turned bitter. White Lotus suddenly lowered her head and tightened her hold around his neck. My life flashed before my eyes earlier today. I have never had such a close near-death experience before, not even in. Honestly, I've been in worse situations. However, I have never felt scared in those situations. It was different today. I was terrified, but not for myself. I was scared that I would lose one of you, and it was a close call. The bullet that grazed Meishio could have killed any of us. Fortunately, that did not happen. You really care about Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. I'm envious. White Lotus suddenly sighed. I care about you too, you know? He said, taking her by surprise. Really? Even though we've just met each other? Of course. He nodded. Thank you, White Lotus mumbled as she lowered her head even more to prevent Yuan from seeing the expression on her face. About half an hour later, White Lotus pointed at the large mansion located at the horizon and said, over there. That's our destination. Yuan nodded and flew directly towards the mansion. Once they landed near the mansion, Yuan stepped in front of White Lotus and said, Stay behind me no matter what. Okay. She nodded. Yuan summoned both Empyrean Overlord and Starry Abyss before approaching the mansion. There were guards pacing around the mansion, and all of them were carrying fully loaded assault rifles. Are they usually this tight with security? Not even banks are this heavily guarded. Yuan asked her. No, this isn't normal. White Lotus shook her head. Then they must be really afraid of something. Yuan smiled. Follow me. He walked out of the shadows with White Lotus behind him. Halt. The guards there immediately noticed him and pointed their guns at his direction without any hesitation. Identify yourself. What are you doing here? Let me handle this. White Lotus said. Bai Lianhua. We're here to speak with Zheng Weimin. The guards recognized her name and face. Zheng Weimin is not here. One of the guards said. You're lying. Yuan said, as he could sense Zheng Weimin's presence within the mansion. I will give you two choices. Get Zheng Weimin out here for me, or I will go inside to meet him myself. And I will give you one choice. Get lost before we fill your body with bullet holes. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The next moment, one of the guards suddenly screamed in pain, startling the others. When they turned to look at him, they saw that his hands had suddenly been severed by something sharp. What happened? However, before they could even make sense of what was happening, the invisible starry abyss honed in on its next target. Whoosh. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. My hands. Another guard had his hands severed. Then another. And another. In less than a minute, Yuan had disarmed all of the guards there by severing their hands with the starry abyss. White Lotus swallowed nervously after seeing the brutal scenery. The guards were all screaming in pain as blood gushed from their grievous wounds. Let's go. Yuan said with a nonchalant face as he started walking towards the entrance. After smashing the doors with a single kick, Yuan entered the building with White Lotus. However, the moment they took a step inside the building, the guards that had been waiting inside ambushed them, shooting their guns without hesitation. Hundreds of bullets flew at Yuan every second, resembling the situation earlier this afternoon but with more noise and chaos, as there were more people shooting their guns at him. However, there was one more difference. Yuan was prepared for the attack this time. While he used Qi manifestation to create a wall around him and White Lotus, he also controlled the starry abyss to take down the shooters one at a time. Since the shooters were spread out and most of them were focused on shooting Yuan, they failed to notice what was happening until it was too late and everyone there had their hands and arms severed. He's not killing them. Is he saving it for Zheng Weimin? White Lotus noticed this and wondered to herself. Are you okay? Yuan turned around and asked her in a calm voice. Why yes. She nodded in a dazed manner. Good, then let's continue. Yuan proceeded to follow Zheng Weimin's presence in the mansion. They would encounter guards at every turn, but Yuan easily took care of them. Meanwhile, inside Zheng Weiman's room. What the fuck is going on out there? Zheng Weiman asked the guards in his room. We have intruders. 2 of them. A man and a woman. The guard said. It's just 2 intruders. There are hundreds of you, all equipped with heavy firearms. Why the fuck am I still hearing gunshots after so long? Are they all shooting at the sky or something? Zheng Weiman cried out loud. I don't know. Even I am puzzled, the guard shook his head. Fuck. You're all so fucking useless. Zheng Weiman gritted his teeth in frustration. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 966. Published at 10th of May 2022 5:09 and 8 seconds AM. Chapter 966. 966. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 966. Punishing Zheng Weiman. Don't worry, young master. We will protect you with our lives. The guards in the room said to him. No fucking shit. If I die, my father will kill all of you. Zheng Weiman shouted. One of the guards' walkie-talkies suddenly activated. Help. This guy is a monster. We cannot deal with him. A terrified voice resounded from the walkie-talkie. Give me that. Zheng Weiman gestured for the walkie-talkie. Once it was in his hands, he shouted, This is Zheng Weiman. What is happening out there? However, the guard did not respond. Hello? Hey. Answer me. After another moment of silence, the walkie-talkie connected again. He can't hear you because he's unconscious. Probably due to blood loss, but I'm no expert. He might even be dead. A familiar voice resounded from the walkie-talkie. However, Zheng Weiman did not immediately recognize the voice. Who are you? You've already forgotten about me? It hasn't been that long since you tried to kill me. Yuan said in a calm voice. Why, you're that bastard from the roof. I have no idea what you're talking about. I never tried to kill you. What evidence do you have? Zheng Weiman finally realized who he was speaking to, and his body became soaked in cold sweat. Evidence? I don't have any. Then why the fuck are you creating a scene at my house? I'll have you arrested for your actions. I may not have any evidence now, but I will get some soon. I'll see you in a bit. Yuan crushed the walkie-talkie and continued making his way to Zheng Weiman's room. This fucking bastard. Zheng Weiman tossed the walkie-talkie at the wall in a fit of rage. Shortly after their conversation ended, Zheng Weiman could hear the gunshots getting closer and closer to his room, pushing him towards the edge of having a mental breakdown. Meanwhile, there were 12 guards inside his room, all of them pointing their guns at the door with their fingers on the trigger. 10 minutes later, Yuan and White Lotus arrived at the hallway that contained Zheng Weiman's room. There are 13 people inside that room, one of them being Zheng Weiman. Stand back. Yuan said to her. White Lotus nodded and took a few steps back. Yuan held the Empyrean Overlord like a javelin and took a deep breath. Whoosh. He tossed the Empyrean Overlord, sending it flying through the hallway. Bang! The Empyrean Overlord smashed through the metal doors at the end of the hallway, revealing the terrified faces inside the room. Open fire. The leader of the guards shouted. Hundreds of bullets traveled the hallway until they reached Yuan, but they all stopped moving in front of him. What the fuck? The guards were shocked by what they were witnessing. Move out of the way. One of the guards there suddenly stepped forward and aimed a rocket launcher at Yuan. Yuan. Watch out. White Lotus was terrified when she saw the RPG-7. Too late. The guard pressed the trigger, shooting the rocket at Yuan. However, before it could even get anywhere near Yuan, the rocket exploded, blowing up half of the hallway and even some of the guards. What just happened? The guards that survived the explosion were dumbfounded. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan had destroyed the rocket with the starry abyss. Ah! My arms! One of the guards there suddenly screamed in pain as both his limbs suddenly separated from his body. The other guards were terrified when they saw this, especially when none of them saw what had caused it. Soon, every guard in the room had their hands and even entire arms severed by the invisible starry abyss. Zheng Weimin stared at the nightmarish scene before him with a horrified look on his face. Why, you're not human. You're a fucking demon. Get away from me. Zheng Weimin started crying when Yuan entered the room with White Lotus behind him. White Lotus looked at Zheng Weimin's terrible appearance in silence. This is the result of offending player Yuan. It's much worse than what ID imagined. She sighed inwardly. What's wrong? You look like shit. Yuan approached Zheng Weimin, who had backed all the way up to the corner of a wall. Gee, get away from me. You will regret doing this to me. What are you going to do? Report me to the police? Where's your evidence? I have plenty of evidence and witnesses. Zheng Weimin shouted. If I kill all of you and destroy this place, there won't be any more evidence. Yuan showed him a cold smile. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Why you wouldn't dare? I am innocent. I never tried to kill, ah! Zheng Weimin suddenly screamed out loud, his voice filled with pain. Tell me again that you're innocent. Yuan spoke in a nonchalant voice as he removed his hand from Zheng Weimin's shoulder after crushing his bones. Zheng Weimin gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. I really don't know what you're talking, ah. Yuan crushed the rest of his arm with chi manifestation. The pain of having every bone in his right arm being crushed was so intense that Zheng Weimin fell unconscious. However, Yuan would wake him back up by breaking one of his legs by stomping on it. I can do this all day. Yuan said to him in a calm voice, almost as though he's done this thousands of times before. Give up, Zheng Weimin. It's over for you. White Lotus sighed. No. I am really innocent. Please. Believe me. Zheng Weimin continued to claim his innocence despite the situation. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Zheng Weimin. If physical pain isn't enough, after pondering for a moment, he turned to White Lotus and asked her, Hey, this may be sudden, but have you ever kissed before? Although she was taken by surprise by his question, White Lotus shook her head, and no, I see. Yuan approached her the following moment. What are you doing? Zheng Weimin stared at him with wide eyes. Once he was standing in front of White Lotus, Yuan suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her soft body into his embrace. White Lotus was baffled by the sudden turn of events, but she didn't resist it. Do you mind if I become your first? Yuan asked her with a profound expression on his face. You bastard. Zheng Weimin roared out loud. White Lotus realized what Yuan was trying to do now, and she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, this is exactly the type of situation she and her family wanted, so she didn't complain. It would be my pleasure to have you as my first. White Lotus nodded with a bashful smile before lifting her head and closing her eyes. And no. 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 Stop it. Don't you dare. I swear I will kill you if you do it, Yuan. Zheng Weimin shouted as blood in the form of tears began flowing from his eyes. Yuan looked at Zheng Weimin with a mocking gaze before turning to focus on White Lotus, who had a flushed face at this moment. He gently held her chin with his hand, and he slowly pressed his lips against hers, kissing her. Yuan. Zheng Weimin could feel his heart being torn into countless pieces after witnessing the love of his life being stolen by his enemy before his very eyes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 967. Published at 12th of May 2022 9:27 and 10 seconds AM. Chapter 967, 967. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 967. It's just a kiss. I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. Yuan. Zheng Weimin shouted like a beast that had its children murdered before its eyes. After kissing White Lotus, Yuan turned to look at Zheng Weimin's pathetic appearance and spoke. Why are you so mad? It's just a kiss. And I don't recall White Lotus ever being your woman. Shut up. White Lotus is mine. My woman. How dare you defile her with your dirty mouth? Yuan narrowed his eyes on Zheng Weimin before speaking. It'll do much more than just a kiss if you don't tell me the truth. What are you talking about? Zheng Weimin's eyes widened with shock. Yuan turned to look at White Lotus and asked her, do you want to become my woman? I'll make you my woman right here and right now. You bastard. Don't you dare. Zheng Weimin stared at them with bloodshot eyes. If gazes could kill, Zheng Weimin would be able to kill even immortals with his intense gaze. Yuan suddenly hugged White Lotus and whispered in her ears, don't worry, I won't actually do anything to you. White Lotus sighed inwardly, I wouldn't mind it even if you were for real. She then spoke in a genuine tone, I am willing. If you want me to be your woman, both my body and heart are yours. To Yuan's surprise, White Lotus suddenly dragged him to the bed in the room and started loosening his clothes. She then looked at Zheng Weimin and continued, you have made my life miserable for many years with your harassment. Today, I will prove to you and the world that I am not your woman. She returned to looking at Yuan and gave him a seductive wink. Before Yuan could react, White Lotus pulled his body on top of hers and started kissing him again, this time more passionately. While they kissed, White Lotus began loosening her clothes as well. Stop. I admit it. I was the one who ordered the hit on you. I was wrong. Zheng Weimin could no longer endure the mental torture and admitted to his crimes. However, White Lotus didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, mostly because she was too focused to hear Zheng Weimin's voice. Why aren't you stopping? I have already confessed. He's already confessed. Let's stop here, Yuan said to White Lotus before slipping away from her hold and getting off the bed. White Lotus was reluctant, but she had no choice but to end the fun there. After fixing their clothes, White Lotus asked, what are you going to do to him now? Turn him to the authorities? Yuan narrowed his eyes on Zheng Weimin, who was lying on the floor with a half-dead look on his face. As long as he's alive, he will try to take revenge again. It may not happen tomorrow or even 10 years from now, but I am not going to take any chances. Yuan spoke in a cold voice. Kill me if you want. I will haunt you for the rest of your life, Zheng Weimin mumbled in a low voice. How did you contact the assassins? He then asked. If you're trying to call off the hit on you, then you can give up. They won't stop until their target is dead, even if it takes 100 years. Zheng Weimin chuckled. Yuan went to take Zheng Weimin's cell phone and laptop a moment later. Let's go. He then said. Huh? Where are we going? Aren't you going to kill him? White Lotus was baffled when Yuan started walking out of the room. However, Yuan didn't respond to her until they were both outside the mansion. Are you really going to forgive him? No, I am not. He said in a calm voice as he faced the mansion and summoned the Empyrean Overlord. Take 20 steps back, he then said. White Lotus didn't question him and distanced herself from him. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Once she was far enough, Yuan took a deep breath and gathered his spiritual energy. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan released the heaven-splitting sword strike that contained about 90% of his strength. A massive beam of light consumed the mansion and everyone within. Boom! The mansion disappeared instantly, alongside over 3 miles of the wilderness behind the mansion. And no way, White Lotus fell to her knees upon witnessing the destruction caused by the heavenly splitting sword strike. With such power, he could easily wipe an entire city off the map. She cried inwardly. This will not only erase the evidence of our involvement, but it will also serve as a warning to the Jing family," Yuan said in a calm voice. White Lotus swallowed nervously. After erasing the mansion, Yuan turned to face White Lotus and offered his hand to help her stand back up. Thank you, I'm really sorry." He suddenly sighed. Huh? Why are you apologizing? I took advantage of you today just to get back at Jing Weiman, and I even took away your first kiss. I'm truly sorry. Yuan lowered his head and apologized again. It's fine. White Lotus started waving her hand in a flustered manner. As you'd said, it's just a kiss. I am not so immature and innocent to care about something like that. And to tell you the truth, I wasn't lying when I said that I wanted you to be my first. However, if you wish to take responsibility and make me your woman, I won't object to it. White Lotus spoke in a teasing voice, yet her face was flushed with redness. Let's continue this conversation another time. I'm sure this place will be flooded with police soon, and we still have to deal with the assassins Jing Weiman hired. All right. Then let us return to the hotel and see if Jing Weiman had left any clues behind. White Lotus nodded. Yuan carried White Lotus into the air and disappeared from the scene shortly after, returning to the hotel. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 968. Published at 12th of May 2022 9:27 and 9 seconds AM. Chapter 968. 968 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 968. Unknown weapon of mass destruction. After Yuan and White Lotus left the scene, helicopters and police cars flooded the place that used to be Jing family's branch family. They were all stunned by the destruction there, and nobody there could imagine the kind of weapon that caused this mess. What in God's name happened here? Even a railgun would not be able to cause such destruction. Is this a new type of weapon? What could have transpired here that requires such immense power? Hey, isn't this the location of the Jing family's mansion? I believe their oldest son, Jing Weiman, lives here. Huh? Are you sure this is the right place? Yes, I am certain that the Jing family had a mansion here. No way. Does that mean, somebody get in touch with the Jing family? This is an emergency. The investigators were shocked to learn that a mansion used to exist in this place. Sometime later, Jingyi learned of the situation. What the fuck do you mean my family's mansion have disappeared? Where is my son, Jing Weiman? Is he okay? I'm sorry, but we do not have any information on your son, but we are looking for him as we speak. Turn on the television, you should see for yourself the situation here, the head investigator said to him. Jingyi quickly turned on the television with a heavy heart. You have got to be fucking kidding me. Jingyi nearly fell out of his seat after seeing the situation. About 20 minutes ago, an unknown weapon of mass destruction had detonated in this place, erasing over 1,000 acres of land. The authorities are still trying to figure out what happened here. If you have any information, please call them at. To think 2 horrifying incidents would occur in this city in such a short time. Just what on earth is happening? Could this be the work of terrorists? As you can see, Mr. Zhang. If your son had been inside or anywhere near the mansion at the time of the incident, it is very unlikely that he would have survived. No. No. I told my son to leave that place when I spoke with him earlier today. He should still be out there somewhere. Jingyi held on to the hope that Jing Weiman had listened to his advice to go into hiding. I want the bastard who did this to be found. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang. We will use all of our resources to find the culprit. If there is some madman with a weapon that can cause this much destruction out there, we must catch him and seize the weapon at all cost. After hanging up, Jingyi stared at the television with an ugly expression on his face. Sometime later, he opened his laptop and started a video call with Bai Mengyao. What do you want, Jingyi? Bai Mengyao asked him in an annoyed manner, unaware of the situation yet. Why you bastard? Is this your work? Did you attack my Jing family just now? Huh? What the fuck are you talking about? Turn on the television and see for yourself. Zheng Yi shouted. Bai Mengyao recalled a similar situation happening not long ago, but the roles were reversed this time around. Holy shit. What happened here? Bai Mengyao was terrified by what he saw on the television. Wait. You think my Bai family has something to do with the news? That's outrageous. Even more outrageous than the shooting today. It's the truth, isn't it? My Jing family got attacked right after you threatened to attack us. There's no way this could be a coincidence. Jing Yi roared. Are you out of your mind? You think my Bai family is capable of this? There should be a limit to your imagination. Whatever caused this is obviously not human. While Zheng Yi and Bai Mengyao argued back and forth, Yuan and White Lotus returned to the hotel. Yuan. Are you okay? Chu Liuxiang rushed to his side the moment she saw him enter the room. Yes, I am fine. He nodded. What happened? Did you find any evidence? Mei Xiu asked him. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yes, Zheng Weimin confessed to hiring the assassins this morning. However, he didn't tell us how to contact the assassins, so we're not completely safe yet, and I want rest until I find the bastards that shot at us. Yuan said. I see. What about Zheng Weimin? I killed him. I didn't want to risk having him come after us again in the future. I'm sorry if my decision disappointed you. No, I understand why you did it, and I don't blame you. I'm sorry for making you bear everything for us, it's fine. Yuan shook his head. After a moment of silence, Chu Liuxiang suddenly spoke, by the way. Your eyes. They're red. Yes. I have somehow regained my vision, so I can see again now. Yuan finally revealed the truth to them. What? No way. Really? Chu Liuxiang exploded with excitement. I'm serious. He nodded with a gentle smile on his face. To think this would happen right before Yu Rao's birthday. This is going to be an even bigger surprise than the concert. Mei Xiu smiled. Indeed. That's why I must take care of these assassins before then. I want the birthday surprise to be perfect. White Lotus entered the room sometime later and said, Yuan, I had the experts look into Zheng Weimin's cell phone and laptop, and they found a phone number and address that might allow us to contact the assassins. Perfect. Yuan turned to look at Mei Xiu and Chu Liuxiang and said to them, I will finish everything this time. Stay safe. They're dangerous enough to shoot us in broad daylight. Mei Xiu said. Yuan chuckled, I doubt it'll be any more dangerous than what I have already experienced at the Jing family. After Yuan left with White Lotus, Chu Liuxiang decided to relax a little and open the television that happened to be on a news channel. Mei Xiu. Look at this, Chu Liuxiang called for her. My God. Wait, this happened only half an hour ago? Mei Xiu swallowed nervously and turned to look at the door that Yuan just left from. You think he's responsible for this? Mei Xiu smiled and said, if anyone is capable of doing this, it could only be him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 969. Published at 12th of May 2022 9:27 and 8 seconds AM. Chapter 969, 969. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 969. Locating the assassins. After leaving the room with White Lotus, Yuan followed her to another room where the experts were inspecting Zheng Weimin's equipment. So this is the phone number that might help us contact the assassins, and this location appears to be a meeting point. Can you track the phone number? White Lotus asked. We can try, but we'll have to call them first. The expert said. I'll call them. Yuan suddenly said. What about your backup story? White Lotus asked. I already have one in mind. All right. Then let us set up the tracker first, the expert said. Half an hour later, the expert handed Yuan a specialized cell phone. Well, begin the tracking as soon as they pick up the phone. Try to stall them for as long as you can. Yuan nodded and called the phone number. After a couple of rings, someone picked up the number and spoke in a cold voice. Password? White Lotus and the experts were listening to the phone call as well, so they immediately frowned upon hearing about a password for the first time. However, Yuan calmly responded, fuck your password. I need a bastard killed. 100 million. White Lotus turned to look at Yuan with wide eyes. He's going to order a hit? She cried inwardly. The person on the other side of the call remained silent for several moments before responding, I'm sorry, but you have the wrong number. Hang up on me and I will call another number, and I will add you bastards to my kill list. Who told you about this phone number? Are you fuckers investigators or mercenaries? If you keep wasting my precious time, I will let the person who recommended me know of your trash service. After another moment of silence, the person spoke, give me a name. Yuan took a deep but silent breath before speaking, Yuyong, he's the head of a major entertainment company that focuses on music. White Lotus' jaw dropped after hearing this familiar name. After researching Yu Tian's background, she learned of his adoptive parents, Yuyong and Tang Li. He's putting a hit on his adoptive father? A few moments of silence later, the man behind the phone spoke, he's a big name. It'll cost you more than 100 million if you want his head. Give me a number. Yuan calmly said. 500. That's a hefty amount. What if you fail? There's no such thing as a perfect hit. However, once we put a target on someone, we will make sure it is a success no matter how many times we fail. Very well. I'll pay that amount. I will now give you an account number. You have 24 hours to make the payment. After giving Yuan the account number, the man continued, once we see the payment, we will give you a call back. Well, make the real arrangements then. Yuan then spoke in a cold voice, just so you know. I may trust my friend, but I don't trust your service yet. If you dare to scam me, I will destroy your entire organization. The man laughed out loud, I welcome you to try even though we won't scam you. Yuan looked at the experts in the room for their signal. The expert nodded his head and gave Yuan a thumbs up. Then I will see you soon. After hanging up the call, Yuan went to see the results. Although we were able to track the call to their location, we were unable to pinpoint the exact location. Just give me the general location and I will find them myself. Yuan said. It's about a 4-hour drive from this place, right around here. The expert showed him the map and the general location of the call. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. I understand. I will go there right away. Yuan nodded. Should I come with you again? White Lotus asked him. No, I will be fine by myself. I don't want to endanger you. All right. Stay safe. Yuan left the hotel by himself shortly after and flew towards the location of the assassins. He decided to fly using the Empyrean Overlord since it was much faster and he could use it for longer. An hour later, Yuan arrived at the location on the map. However, there were nothing but trees at his location. When Yuan couldn't see anything out of the ordinary with his eyes, he decided to use his divine sense. After a few minutes of searching, he noticed some footprints, which he followed to a hidden entrance that appeared to lead underground. After taking a moment to look for traps, Yuan landed in front of the entrance, and without any hesitation, he yanked the metal door open with his bare hands. Alarms began blaring inside the bunker, but Yuan ignored it and headed straight for the room with the most people. However, he was quickly stopped by people wielding heavy firearms. Why you? What are you doing here? The people that stopped him appeared to recognize his face. Hey, I'm here to repay the favor. If you lead me to the bastards who shot at me and my friends today, I will let you live. Yuan said to them in a calm voice. In your fucking dreams. Now die. They opened fire the following moment. However, as usual, Yuan stopped the bullets with his spiritual energy before they could even reach him. Is it that fun to shoot at people? It's all you guys ever do. Let me give it a try. Yuan casually flicked his arm, sending the bullets that had caught straight back to the shooters but at an even faster speed. Ah! The 6 people there collapsed the following moment with holes all over their corpses. How boring. Yuan shook his head and continued making his way deeper inside the bunker. He would encounter more people with guns, and he would always give them a chance to tell him what he wanted to know in exchange for their lives. Unfortunately, they would all respond with bullets instead of words. In the end, Yuan had to kill every person he came across until he reached the lowest part of the bunker, where a massive metal door blocked his path. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 970. Published at 12th of May 2022 9:27 and 6 seconds AM. Chapter 970. 970 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 970. Locating the assassins. 2. When Yuan reached this metal door that was built to withstand even nuclear weapons, a voice resounded from the speakers in the hallway. I fully understand why we were unable to kill you today, you fucking monster. We should have asked for way more money when we accepted the request to kill you. A familiar voice resounded. Yuan recognized this voice to be the same as the person he spoke to on the phone today. You'll need more than guns to kill me, Yuan casually said. Anyways, why don't you open the door and let me in? It'll be a whole lot messier if I have to force my way inside. Ha ha ha. Go ahead and break this door if you can. This place was created to withstand even nuclear weapons. Is that so? Yuan sighed. He then asked, before I do so, I have a question. The bastards that shot at me today. Are they inside with you? I see. So you're looking for the squad responsible for the incident today. Unfortunately, you won't find them here, because they're currently on their way to the White Lotus Hotel. Furthermore, they will kill anyone in that hotel until they find you. However, since you're obviously not there, that means everyone in that hotel will be dead soon. After learning this information, Yuan started preparing for the heaven-splitting sword strike. Hey, do you remember our call earlier? Huh? What are you talking about? Yu Yong. I was the one who called you just now. So you tracked the phone call, huh? Not bad. I am impressed by the one who managed to track us despite all of the security we had. You welcomed me to try and destroy your organization. I will be fulfilling your desire now. Ha ha ha. And how are you going to do that? With that sword in your hand? In case you missed it, not even nuclear weapons can destroy this place, much less a sword. I have already called for reinforcements, too. They will be swarming this place soon. Whether it will work or not, we'll know soon enough. Once had gathered enough spiritual energy, Yuan released the heaven-splitting sword strike directly at the door. The ground immediately shook, and the people inside the sealed room felt as though they'd been struck by a meteorite. A few moments later, Yuan looked at the results. All of the dirt and materials built around the room had completely vanished, revealing the bunker to the open sky. However, the room itself was still there. With that being said, it had sustained heavy damage, and major cracks could be seen around this room that was basically a large metal box. What the fuck just happened? The people in the room were baffled by what they'd just experienced, and they were terrified when they saw the cracks in the walls. Wow, you actually survived. I'm genuinely impressed. The people inside the room could hear Yuan's voice through the cracks on the walls. However, it doesn't look like it will be able to survive another one. Wait. The familiar voice resounded again, but it sounded much more nervous this time. Let's talk about this. What do you want? I want the bastards currently heading to the White Lotus Hotel. Give them to me and I will spare your lives. Yuan said. I understand. I will immediately command them to return. The man retrieved his cell phone and ordered the squad to return. It's been done. They have halted their mission and are currently on their way back here. They should arrive in about 3 hours. And you expect me to just believe you? I swear on my ancestors' grave that I am telling the truth. The man said. Yuan suddenly retrieved a cell phone and called Meishio. After explaining the situation to her, he said, I want you guys to evacuate the hotel. If anything happens there, I want to know. I understand. I will call you back once we evacuate. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. About half an hour later, Meishio called him back and said, we've evacuated to another location. White Lotus left most of her guards behind to protect the hotel, and she's even called in reinforcements. They will contact us if anything happens. Thank you. I should return in about 4 hours if everything goes smoothly. Okay. After hanging up, Yuan proceeded to stand in front of the metal box like a guard, patiently waiting for the assassins to return. The people inside the metal box wanted to escape, but none of them dared to leave the room, and there was only a single way out of there, the door that was being guarded by Yuan. Sometime later, the man's voice resounded again, it was you. You're the one responsible for what happened to the Zheng family today. You're the unknown weapon of mass destruction. However, Yuan denied such claims. I have no idea what you're talking about. The people inside the room were well aware that Yuan was lying, but they didn't dare to push their luck and continue to accuse him. About 2.5 hours later, Yuan could see 5 people approaching the destroyed bunker with his divine sense. What the fuck happened here? My god. It's like someone had dropped a nuke on this place. Shit. This is a trap. This group of people tried to run away when they realized their situation, but they didn't get very far before Yuan descended from the sky, blocking their path. Why don't you all stay still for a moment? If you try to run, I will immediately kill you. Yuan summoned the starry abyss and removed its invisibility, letting it fly around the group to threaten them. Meanwhile, Yuan faced the bunker and released another heaven-splitting sword strike, completely erasing everything this time. Sorry, but I lied when I said that I would let you all live. Yuan mumbled towards the direction of the bunker, at least where it used to exist. After cleaning up what's left of the bunker and everyone in it, Yuan turned to look at the group of 5 assassins with a cold gaze, who were terrified out of their minds after what they'd just witnessed. It's so nice to see you all again. I have been anticipating this reunion for a while now. Yuan said to them with a gentle smile on his face that looked incredibly devilish to the group. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 971. Published at 13th of May 2022 5:18 and 15 seconds p.m. Chapter 971, 971 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 971, I will see you in hell. What are you going to do to us, you monster? One of the assassins there used all of his courage to shout out loud. Nothing much. I am just going to punish you all a little for your actions. Yuan calmly said. He suddenly flicked his sleeves, immediately severing the arms of one of the assassins there. My arms. The assassin screamed in a terrified voice as blood sprayed from his wounds. It's just your arms, what's the big deal? It'll give you something else to scream about. Whoosh. The Empyrean overlord moved in a speed that none of the assassins there could see with their bare eyes, and before they realized, Yuan severed that assassin's legs. The assassin fell to the ground and screamed in horror as he laid around his own severed limbs. The other 4 assassins gasped in shock. The scene before their eyes looked like it came straight out of a horror movie. One of them couldn't endure it any longer and started running around. Where do you think you're going? Yuan's voice resounded as the starry abyss caught up with the runner almost immediately. A painful scream echoed as the starry abyss severed the runner's legs. However, the assassin did not give up and started crawling with his arms. Unfortunately, he did not go very far as his arms were severed as well. When the other remaining 3 assassins saw the result of running away, they all gave up the thought and resigned their lives to fate. If you're going to kill us, hurry up and do it. Is there a need to humiliate, torture us? One of them suddenly said. Need? Of course not. However, I want to, just like how you all decided to kill me. But that was our job. Someone had put a hit on you. If you're going to blame someone, blame that person. Don't worry, I have already dealt with Sheng Weiman. He's currently waiting for the rest of you in hell. And you can only blame yourself for choosing such a job. Die. One of them suddenly pulled out a pistol and aimed it at Yuan's head before shooting it. A 9mm bullet flew toward his face the next moment, but it stopped an inch from his head. The assassin was in disbelief, but he continued to pull the trigger until he emptied the magazine. A little over a dozen bullets hovered in front of Yuan's face, but he didn't seem to be concerned, almost as though he had expected it. If you're going to come at me, you would have a better chance with a knife than a gun. Yuan glanced at the assassin who shot at him before returning the bullets to its rightful owner. Ah! The bullet struck all of the assassin's vital parts, paralyzing his body almost instantly. Don't worry, you'll bleed to death just like the other 2. Yuan turned to look at the 2 remaining assassins. One of them was a bulky middle-aged man and the other was a middle-aged woman. Please. Spare my life. I will do anything you want. To tell you the truth, I am still a virgin. I will let you be my F. The woman started pleading for her life by offering her body, but Yuan swung the Empyrean overlord before she could finish, sending her head flying into the air. How vile. Yuan muttered in a low voice afterward. Blood sprayed everywhere, but Yuan covered his body with his spiritual energy. It's just you now, huh? Any last words? Yuan asked the remaining assassin. Go fuck yourself. It's a pity that we couldn't kill you or those sluts with you today. The middle-aged man spat at Yuan. Is that so? Suddenly, the sound of police sirens could be heard approaching their location. Looks like it's over for you too. The assassin laughed out loud. Yuan suddenly smiled and said, why don't you see for yourself if that will be the case? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Before the middle-aged man could even react, Yuan plunged the Empyrean overlord into his body, skewering it. The man's eyes widened with shock, but he was not dead yet. The following moment, he watched as Yuan flew into the sky with him. Once they were above the clouds, Yuan said to him, if you survive this fall, I'll let you live. You demon, the man managed to smile despite his hopeless situation. Yuan retrieved the Empyrean overlord back inside his body, letting the man fall. I will see you in hell, you monster. The man laughed madly as he fell to his death, which was witnessed by the police and investigators that had just arrived at the bloody scene. Yuan made his way back to the hotel under the night sky as the police investigated the chaos he'd left behind. What on earth is happening in this city? The unknown weapon has been used again, and there are even 5 brutally mutilated corpses. Are we really dealing with a human here? The investigators were baffled by what they found at the crime scene. Actually, it appears that the unknown weapon had been used 2 times in this place. What? How can such a powerful weapon be used so frequently? This situation is more dire than we initially thought. Just what is the motive of the person or entity behind this? What about these people? They appeared to have been cut by something exceedingly sharp. Have you identified them yet? No, none of them had any form of identification. Furthermore, we found weapons hidden on their bodies. They're probably mercenaries, the kind that would do any kind of work as long as they are paid enough. Sometime later, one of the investigators there found the black van used in the shooting nearby. With this new evidence, there's a good chance that these guys were the ones behind the shooting this afternoon. We just need to wait for confirmation from the guys at Analysis. The person responsible for killing them. The wounds are too brutal, which suggests vengeance. Vengeance, huh? It would be for the best if that were the case, the investigators their side. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 972. Published at 13th of May 2022 5:18 and 14 seconds p.m. Chapter 972, 972 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 972, a big mistake. After returning to the hotel, Yuan went to look for the others, who had been waiting anxiously for his return. Yuan. You're back. Chu Liuxiang said. Are you hurt anywhere? Meishio asked him. No, I am perfectly fine. He shook his head. Welcome back. White Lotus said to him. By the way, your deeds are already on the news. She pointed at the television that was already talking about the chaos had caused outside the city. The unknown weapon of mass destruction has been used again. Furthermore, the authorities have found the culprits behind the shooting this afternoon at, many people have already left the city because of this commotion, and there will be even more leaving tomorrow when they wake up to see the news. I've even received many calls from those at the faction today. All of them are asking to relocate the faction temporarily. They're all scared of that technique of yours, scared that you might release this weapon of mass destruction in the city. Sorry, I wanted to resolve this without using the technique, but that wasn't possible. I even had to use it twice. Yuan sighed. Let's just hope that there will be an audience for the concert tomorrow. However, with all of the chaos today, I'm afraid that will be quite hard. It's fine. The only audience I need is my sister, Yuro. Yuan smiled. So what's going to happen now? Chu Liuxiang asked a moment later. Are we just going to pretend like nothing happened? There's a lot of people looking for you, right? It'll be fine. They will eventually give up when they cannot find anything. If they find me, we will deal with it at that time. Yuan said. Don't worry, the Bai family will help you keep your secret. Even if your secret is revealed, we have our methods to protect you. White Lotus said. Thank you. Sometime later, Yuan said to them, let's go to sleep. I need some rest after what happened today. Good night. After returning to his room, Yuan closed the lights and laid on the bed, but he did not go to sleep immediately. I have killed a lot of people today. Even though it's not my first time killing someone since is also a real world, it feels unnatural to stain my hands with blood in this world. Yuro. What will she think when she learns that her brother has turned into a killer? Yuan slowly fell asleep as he thought about the day that felt longer than usual. While he slept, dreams that felt incredibly surreal started appearing. Inside his dream, he was surrounded by a sea of flames and rivers of blood. The sky was dark and red, and the whole world appeared to be dyed in black and red. This is the evil god's memories? Yuan looked around the gruesome scenery with a slight frown on his face. All of the buildings were on fire, and there were corpses littered on every street. Did the evil god, I really do all of this? Yuan mumbled in a low voice. You monster. You're responsible for this. A desperate cry suddenly resounded behind him. He turned around to see a middle-aged man holding onto a child, but the child was missing half of his body. Tears made out of blood flowed from this man's eyes as he roared, if only you didn't exist, none of this would have happened. You killed all of them. I hope you die. However, Yuan couldn't feel any emotions when looking at this middle-aged man who was filled with despair and anger. His heart was as still and as cold as a block of ice. Suddenly, Yuan turned to look at the sky, where hundreds of people wearing silver armor could be seen approaching him with killing intent. When Yuan saw these soldiers, his empty heart started burning with unimaginable rage and bloodlust, and without waiting any longer, he leaped into the air, flying towards these soldiers. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Surrender yourself already, evil god. You won't win this war. One of the soldiers shouted. Ha ha ha. Whether I win this war or not is not something for you to decide. Yuan laughed like a madman as he used some kind of technique to kill many of the soldiers in one go. Are you seriously going to defy the Celestial Emperor, the heavens? You're making a big mistake. A mistake? If we're going to talk about mistakes, then let's start with the biggest one in the room, offending me. Ha ha ha. In just mere moments, the evil god killed all of the soldiers there. After killing the soldiers, the evil god lifted his head and released a powerful roar that shook the world. The roar was so powerful that it startled Yuan awake from his sleep. Damn. The evil god is even more dangerous than I initially thought. Just what caused him to go on such a rampage? Did the Celestial Emperor kill his love or something? Yuan mumbled in a low voice. I am still nowhere close to absorbing all of the Divine Paragon's memories, yet the evil god's memories are already leaking. I might really go insane if I have to handle the memories of two immortals at once. After waking up, Yuan found it hard to go back to sleep, and his body was soaked in sweat. He decided to take a shower a few moments later to clean his body and clear his mind. After the shower, Yuan went to look at himself in the mirror, and to his surprise, his red eyes had disappeared. However, he was still able to see using his eyes. Just what on earth is going on with my body? There are too many questions and not enough answers. Yuan decided to spend the rest of the night cultivating since he couldn't go back to sleep. Meanwhile, inside her room, Meishio was deciding whether to answer her cell phone that has been ringing for a while now. After pondering for a few minutes, Meishio sighed and picked up the cell phone before dialing Yuro. Hello? Sorry, I was preparing breakfast just now, so I couldn't pick up the phone. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 973. Published at 14th of May 2022 9:27 and 14 seconds AM. Chapter 973, 973. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 973, Hospitalized. Hey, Meishio. Sorry for bothering you, but can I speak with my brother? I wanted to wait until tomorrow before I called, but I just cannot wait any longer. Yuro said. You sound like you're in a hurry. Did something happen? Meishio asked. Did you not see the news? Something horrible is happening in my city. I could be dead tomorrow at this rate. Of course, Yuro was talking about the unknown weapon of mass destruction that has terrorized her city. I know what you're talking about. However, I wouldn't worry too much if I were you. Meishio said. Huh? Why would you say that? If this person really wanted to harm the city, they would have destroyed the city already. I just can't help but worry when everyone around me is panicking. Yuro sighed. Anyways, you wanted to speak with Yuan, right? I'm sorry, but that's not possible right now. Meishio said a moment later. Huh? Why not? Well, to tell you the truth, he told me to not tell you since he doesn't want to worry you, but since it's your birthday tomorrow and the truth will eventually be known. Yuan is currently hospitalized. He's what? Yuro screamed after hearing this unexpected news. What happened to him? Is he okay? He got injured during training. It's only a few broken bones, so there's no need to worry. That sounds horrible. A few broken bones? That's very serious. What if he cripples himself again? He's just got his body back. Yuro exclaimed. The doctor said that he'll make a full recovery in a few days. Although Meishio felt bad about lying to Yuro like this, she couldn't let Yuan's hard work go to waste. Yuro suddenly sighed through the phone. I was really looking forward to speaking with brother on my birthday. Don't worry, I will make sure that you'll still get to speak with him tomorrow. Meishio said. Thank you, Meishio, but don't force him if he isn't in the condition. Anyways, I am going to sleep now. I have something important that I must attend tomorrow morning. Good night. Meishio said to her before hanging up. Is everything okay? Xia Jingyi asked Yuro after she put down her phone. That stupid brother of mine got himself hospitalized right before my birthday. Can you believe it? Yuro complained. Xia Jingyi covered her mouth and gasped, oh my. I hope he's okay. He broke some bones, but he'll make a full recovery. Brother is such an idiot. He should treat his body with more care and respect, especially considering how he's already been crippled once before. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind when I go on vacation next month. Anyways, let's go to sleep. We have an important meeting tomorrow according to the seniors. All right. Good night, Yuro. Night. The following morning, after their morning routine, Yuro and Xia Jingyi gathered outside the faction. Good morning, Elder Yin. Yuro and Xia Jingyi greeted the old woman that was there before them. Are you two ready to leave? Elder Yin asked them. Yes, we are. Good. Once they were in the car, Yuro asked, Elder Yin, where are you taking us today? To tell you the truth, I also have no idea. White Lotus said she was in trouble and needed some extra hands, so we picked a couple of disciples to help her. Elder Yin shrugged. Yuro raised her eyebrows. She looked around the car and asked, where are the others? They went ahead since the seats were filled. I see, Yuro sighed inwardly, why do I have to do such chores on my birthday? It's even my day off. Can this day get any worse? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Meanwhile, Yuan and the others prepared for the surprise. The concert was to be performed in the city square, one of the busiest places in the city. Which idiot decided to do a concert at such a time? Aren't they aware of the danger in this city? Most of the streets were empty because everyone decided to stay at home for the next few days due to the recent commotion. However, the roads were packed with cars because people were trying to leave the city. With that being said, there was a crowd of people in front of the stage, and most of these people were sent by the Cultivators Association. In fact, even the chairman himself was present. Even though Yuan had only asked him to prepare the concert, Chairman Li decided to participate in it as well. The rest of the people in the crowd were people from the Bai family, led by Bai Mengyao himself. After hearing about the concert, Bai Mengyao immediately flew to this city. Of course, he had other intentions. Yuan, can I take a moment of your time to introduce my father to you? He came all the way here from another city to meet you. White Lotus asked him after they arrived at the city square. Sure. He agreed. Sometime later, Yuan met with White Lotus' father, Bai Mengyao. It's an honor to finally meet the famous player Yuan. I am Bai Mengyao, White Lotus' father. Bai Mengyao extended his hand for a handshake. Just call me Yuan. He accepted the handshake. After hearing from my daughter that you'd saved her life, I have been dying to repay the favor. Please, if you need anything, just let me know. Bai Mengyao shook his hands vigorously. Yuan smiled and said, don't even mention it. I am the one who owes White Lotus, who has been a great assistance and friend for the last 2 days. That's great to hear, but my offer will remain. If you ever have troubles, you can contact me or my daughter. We may not be the strongest family in the legacy ranking, but we're up there. I understand. After chatting with White Lotus' father for some time, Chairman Li approached him and started another conversation. When the crowd there noticed how respectful Chairman Li and Bai Mengyao were acting towards Yuan, they became interested in his identity. Of course, besides some people there, the majority of people in the crowd were unaware of Yuan's true identity. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 974. Published at 14th of May 2022 9:27 and 12 seconds AM. Chapter 974, 974. If audio player doesn't work, Press stop then play button again. Chapter 974. My name is Yuan. We have some trouble. White Lotus suddenly approached him. What happened? Well, it's nothing serious, but Ro and her friend are currently stuck in traffic, so they'll be late. Oh, all right. It's fine. I can wait. Sometime later, Meishio approached him and said, Yuan, I should have told you this earlier, but, she proceeded to explain to him what she'd told Ro last night when she called. You told her that I was hospitalized from training? Yuan couldn't help but laugh at this news. She's probably going to be angry once she realizes that ID lied to her. I'm sure she'll understand your intentions. Also, she'll probably forget about it after the concert. Yuan chuckled. Meanwhile, somewhere inside the city, Ro and the others were stuck in traffic. Are the roads usually this busy in the city? Ro asked, as this is her first time leaving the faction since her arrival several months ago. No, not at all. These people are probably fleeing the city. Elder Een said. I would be fleeing the city too if I wasn't living outside the city. Ro smiled. About half an hour later, Elder Een received a call from White Lotus. Yes, we're almost there. In fact, we can probably walk the rest of the distance. Okay, I understand. After hanging up, Elder Een said to Ro and Xia Jingyi, we're going to be walking the rest of the way since we're already half an hour late. Ro and Xia Jingyi nodded their heads, and the three of them left the car shortly after. After another 10 minutes, they arrived at the city square, where a crowd of people could be seen sitting in front of what appeared to be a portable stage. What is going on here? Ro mumbled in a low voice. It looks like a concert. There's even a piano on the stage. Xia Jingyi said. A concert at this time? Who would be stupid enough to do something like this? Ro shook her head. However, Elder Een suddenly started leading them toward the concert. Elder Een? Should we really waste our time here? Ro couldn't help but ask. After all, their faction leader was waiting for their arrival. However, Elder Een didn't say anything to her, so they just stood there in silence. Suddenly, a person walked onto the stage with a microphone in his hands. Ro didn't immediately recognize the person on the stage, but when she took a closer look at his face, her eyes widened with shock. "And no way," she muttered in a low voice that was filled with disbelief. Yuan stopped at the center of the stage and lifted the microphone closer to his mouth. "Thank you all for coming today. My name is Tian. Some of you might recognize my name because I used to be a professional musician, but I was forced to retire early due to some misfortune. However, I am proud to announce that I have fully recovered." Tian? I recognize him. He's that child prodigy who took the world by storm with his music. I remember going to his concert once. It cost me an arm and leg, but it was definitely worth it. Now that you mention it, I have heard of his name before, too. Why Ro? Isn't that your... Xia Jingyi turned to look at Ro, who was standing there with a baffled look on her face. Brother. Ro's eyes began turning moist, and before long, tears appeared at the edge of her eyes. After taking a deep breath, Yuan continued to speak while his gaze looked directly at Ro. Although I have already retired from my career as a professional musician, I have decided to temporarily come out of retirement just for today as a special occasion to celebrate my precious little sister's 17th birthday. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yuan walked to the piano and took a seat. After taking a deep breath, his hands started dancing on the piano's keyboard, officially starting his concert. The audience were immediately enchanted by the heavenly music produced by Yuan's fingers, feeling as though they were being led above the skies by his music notes. Of course, Yuan wanted this concert to be as realistic and official as possible, so he made sure to have it broadcasted live on television. Meanwhile, at the Yu family, Yu Yong, who was cultivating in silence inside his room, suddenly opened his eyes when all four of his cell phones began ringing almost at the same time. "This is Yu Yong." He randomly picked one and answered it. "Yu Yong. You bastard. How long have you been keeping this secret for?" His colleague's voice resounded. Huh? What are you talking about? You're still acting like you don't know anything? Spare me from your humor. I'm really confused right now. What are you talking about? Yu Yong was genuinely puzzled by the situation. Turn on your television and go to any music channel. Yu Yong immediately turned on the television in his room. After changing the channel, he could see the live broadcast for a certain public concert. Yu Yong didn't recognize the person sitting behind the piano at first, but when the camera zoomed in on Yuan's face, Yu Yong quickly realized who he had been staring at, and he cried out loud, "What the fuck is going on? I should be asking you that, Yu Yong. When did your son, Yu Tian, recover? You should have told us about it the moment it happened. Do you have any idea how much he means to the music industry and our wallets? And what's with this shabby-looking concert? This is his first concert in a decade. You should have prepared something more grand. All of our investors are fuming with anger as we speak." However, Yu Yong was so shocked by what he was seeing that he didn't even hear what had been said through the phone. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 975. Published at 16th of May 2022 8:27 and 19 seconds AM. Chapter 975. 975. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 975. Happy birthday, darling. Take a look at the television. Tang Li burst into Yu Yong's room shortly after he found out about Yuan's concert. I am watching it now. How did this happen? Yu Yong gritted his teeth in frustration. I don't know, but our investors are contacting us from all directions. They think we're behind this, and they're super angry right now. We need to do something. Of course they are angry. I would be angry too. His return after a decade could have brought us hundreds of millions. However, he wasted it on this shitty concert. Yu Yong roared. Damn it. What should we do? That bastard seems to have made a recovery. However, we have already kicked him out of the family. If only we had waited for a couple more months, none of this would be happening. Calm down, it's not over yet. Tang Li said with a cold smile on her face. In case you forgot, we still have his contract, and even though we kicked him out, he is still legally part of our family. We'll force him back into our grasp no matter what it takes. I'll go call Mei Feng and our lawyers right now. Meanwhile, at the city square, the crowd in front of Yuan's concert would grow bigger as time passed. The people that had been too terrified to leave their homes suddenly decided to witness this performance with their eyes even at the cost of their lives. By the third song, the entire square was filled with people, and even the people trying to leave the city halted their movements, which clogged up the traffic even more, putting it to a complete halt. That young man on the stage looks very familiar. Where have I seen him before? That's that child prodigy Yu Tian. Oh. I remember now. The one that suddenly disappeared a decade ago? I thought he had died. Apparently, he had been suffering from an illness until recently. Does this mean hell returned to playing the instruments? I'll have to attend one of them even if it costs me my entire fortune. Aren't you at one right now? And it's even free. Heavens. I didn't think he could improve, but it sounds even better than I remember. Yuan decided to play a total of 17 songs because it was Yu Rao's 17th birthday. At the end of his last song, Yuan stood up and walked to the microphone before speaking, "Happy birthday, Yu Rao." The crowd erupted with cheers afterward. However, there was one person that wasn't cheering, and that was Yu Rao, who was too busy wiping her tears. Sometime later, Yuan jumped off the stage and began walking into the crowd. The people there quickly made a path for him until he reached Yu Rao. Surprise. Yuan said to her with a bright smile on his face. You idiot. How dare you make me cry on my birthday, and in front of so many people, Yu Rao cried. Yuan opened his arms, gesturing for a hug. Yu immediately jumped into his embrace and cried on his chest until she could no longer produce tears and Yuan's clothes were soaking wet. Brother. I love you, Yu mumbled afterward. Yes, I love you too. Yuan smiled as he patted her head. Sometime later, Yuan returned to the stage and said to the audience, "Thank you all for coming to my concert today. Although I will not be returning to my old career as a musician because I found something else I want to chase, I will not give up on music, so you can expect to see me again in the future." The audience refused to leave even after the concert was over, and many of them had questions for him. However, the Bai family and the Cultivators Association worked together to keep them from swarming Yuan. That was an amazing concert, Senior Yu, Xia Jingyi said. Senior Yu? Just call me Yuan. Yu already told you about it, right? Why yes. But are you sure? There's still so many people around us. Xia Jingyi looked around in a nervous manner. When Yu revealed to Xia Jingyi that her brother, Yu Tian, was actually player Yuan, Xia Jingyi was so shocked that she fell unconscious for an entire minute. I don't care about hiding my identity anymore, so it's fine. Yuan smiled. By the way, brother. Your eyes. Have your vision returned? Yu finally got to ask him. Yes, I have regained my vision. In fact, I regained it just yesterday. He nodded. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. That's amazing. How did it return? Did you do anything special? No, it just came back suddenly, just like how my body suddenly started working again. Anyways, let's stop talking about me. It's your birthday, after all. Is there anything you want to do? Yuan asked her. Yu pondered for a moment before shaking her head, not really. I had planned on relaxing in my room and spending most of the day talking to you on the phone, but Meishio told me that you'd been hospitalized. Sorry. I didn't want to ruin the surprise, Meishio said with a stiff smile on her face. Hello, Yu. It's been a while. Shu Liuxiang suddenly stepped forward with a smile on her face. Lulu. You're here too. Of course. And happy birthday. Thank you. I didn't bring any presents with me this year, but next year, I will definitely get you something. It's fine. I don't care about that. Yu shook her head. Anyways, let's go somewhere quieter. It's too noisy here. Sure. They all made their way to the White Lotus Hotel. However, before they can even sit down and relax on the peaceful roof, Meishio suddenly received a phone call from her mother, Mei Feng. It's my mother. She's probably calling about the concert. Should I answer it? Meishio sighed. Go ahead. Let's see what the Yu family wants. Yuan nodded with a calm smile on his face. Okay. Meishio answered the phone the next moment. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 976. Published at 16th of May 2022 8:27 and 18 seconds AM. Chapter 976. 976. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 976. What can a child like him do to us? Hello? Meishio spoke after answering the phone. You can guess why I called you, right? Mai Feng's calm voice resounded through the phone. It's about the concert, right? Is the young master with you? Yes, he is. Can I speak with him? Meishio turned to look at Yuan, who was already gesturing for the phone. Hello, Miss Mei Feng. It's been a while. Yuan said. Young master. I'm sure you already expected this even before you planned that concert, but the Yu family is demanding for you to return to the family now that they are aware of your recovery. Mei Feng said. Yes, I anticipated that something like this would happen. I can even imagine their faces when they realize that I've recovered. What are you going to do now? The Yu family is already in the process of getting you back. Although the Yu family is not that threatening in terms of influence, it's their investors that you should be worried about. They won't let you get away so easily. And what are they going to do? Force me to play music again? They will most likely threaten you with legal issues and other stuff. If you refuse, they will destroy everything you own and make it so that you won't be able to survive without their help. Is that all? That's a lot more boring than what I had in mind. Yuan smiled. Mei Feng was a little baffled by how calm Yuan was acting. Young master, don't worry, Miss Mei Feng. I will willingly come back to the Yu family later. It's Yu Rao's birthday today, so I am going to spend some time with her. Tell this to the Yu family. Are you really just going to return to the Yu family? After everything they've done to you? Mei Feng was puzzled again. I'm sure they'll be relieved to hear such words, so yes, go ahead and tell them that I will be returning to the Yu family to work for them again. Anyways, I will talk to you again when I return, Miss Feng. Yuan hung up the phone after that sentence. Why you're going to go back to the Yu family? Yu Rou stared at him with wide eyes. Of course not. However, if I don't tell them that, they'll try to mess with us. I'm just buying us some time. Yuan smiled. Do you need some help dealing with the Yu family? My Bai family can easily crush the Yu family for you. White Lotus suddenly asked him. Thank you for the offer, but this is a family problem that I want to deal with by myself. Anyways, let's forget about the Yu family for now. I want to focus on Yu Rou for today. Even if you say that, I don't know what I want to do. I'm satisfied with just spending time with all of you. Yu Rou sighed. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Yu Rou, let's go on a quick adventure. Where are we going? It doesn't matter. Yuan shook his head. He then said to Mei Xiu and the others, we're going to fly around for a bit. Sure. They nodded. Huh? Fly? Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi raised their eyebrows. Yuan suddenly picked up Yu Rou and carried her like a princess. Be brother. What are you doing? She cried out loud in surprise. We're going to go on a little adventure around the city. And without explaining any further, Yuan flew into the sky. The others could hear Yu Rou screaming for her life the following moment. He's flying? Xia Jingyi watched their figures disappear into the clouds with a wide mouth. It's not your first time flying, so why are you so scared? Yuan laughed out loud. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. That was in Cultivation Online. How are you doing this? I'm a spirit grandmaster. No way, anyways, let's catch up with each other. I am aware that I have been neglecting you for a while now, and I am sorry for that. Yu Rou sighed, you don't have to apologize. I have also been busy with my own training, not to mention the difference in our time zone. The two of them proceeded to tell their own experience for the past few months to each other. An hour later, Yuan and Yu Rou returned to the hotel, where they continued to chat over some food and tea. Meanwhile, Mei Feng notified the Yu family of Yuan's decision. He agreed to come back to work for us. That was easier than I expected. Yu Yong was dumbfounded after hearing the news. This is a little too easy. I think he might be up to something. Let's still prepare just in case. Tang Li said. Of course, but what can a child like him do to us? He's only 18 years old, and he's lived more than half of that life as a cripple. I bet he agreed to come back because he has barely survived the last few months. He will never win against us. Yu Yong laughed out loud. Now that he can move again, he has a lot of work to make up for, a decade's worth. Tang Li said. The Yu family became fully active again in preparation for their future profits. Later that night, Yuan and the others ate dinner together. Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi, the two of you can stay here tonight. Well, I'll return to the faction tomorrow. However, if you want, you can stay out here with your brother for a few more days. White Lotus said to them. Huh? Brother is coming back to the faction with us? I thought males aren't allowed inside. Yuro said. This is a special occasion. White Lotus smiled. Since brother is coming with us, there's no need to stay here for any longer. And with the recent commotion, I will feel safer at the faction, too. Yuro said. All right. Then we'll return to the faction tomorrow. White Lotus nodded. After dinner, Yuro suddenly approached Yuan and said, Brother, I want to sleep with you tonight. Sure. Yuan agreed without any hesitation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 977. Published at 16th of May 2022 8:27 and 17 seconds AM. Chapter 977, 977. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 977. Feelings. Once all of the lights in the room were shut off, Yuan and Yuro entered the bed together. How long has it been since we slept together? It's only been several months since you left the Yu family, but it feels like much longer has passed. Yuro suddenly said. Yuan turned his head sideways to look at her delicate face and smiled. You have matured a lot since the last time I saw you. I had to grow up fast now that I am living alone. Living by yourself isn't easy. I thought that I was ready because I had been able to take care of you for years without much trouble, but I underestimated it. It's actually a lot harder to take care of yourself than to take care of others. Fortunately, Jingyi is there with me, so I am not truly alone. And brother, I can also say the same to you. You've changed a lot. Well, just like you, I also had to grow up fast. I know, but you also seem like a different person. Yuro said. In a bad sense? Yuan raised his eyebrows. No, not in a bad sense. Before, even though you are older than me, it kind of felt like I was the older one. However, after spending a day with you, I can finally experience being a little sister again. Do you prefer the way I am now, or would you rather the old and naive me? Yuro pondered for a moment before speaking. Honestly, I like both versions of you. However, if I had to choose, I would definitely choose the current you. Can I ask why? However, Yuro shook her head in silence. That's a secret, she mumbled in a bashful voice. Due to the darkness in the room, Yuro's red face remained hidden. I guess everyone has their own secrets. Yuan smiled, not minding it. After a moment of silence, Yuro turned to stare at Yuan's face with a serious expression. Brother. I have been wanting to ask you this, but I never got the chance. Meishio. How are things between you and Meishio right now? Yuan was taken aback by this sudden question. I mean, the two of you have been living together for a while now, and you even got to spend a few months living together inside a small apartment. As two young adults, you must have made some progress in your relationships, right? I don't get what you're trying to ask. Yuan pretended to be oblivious. However, Yuro wasn't having any of it and continued, don't lie to me, brother. Meishio is a very attractive and beautiful woman, and she has been taking care of you ever since you left the Yu family. The two of you are even around the same age. There's no way that you don't have any feelings for her. There's really nothing between us, Yuro. Yuan showed her a bittersweet smile. Brother. I might have believed you if you were still as naive as before, but you're different now. I am also different. I have matured as your sister and as a woman. I can tell that there's something between the two of you. Seeing the expression on Yuro's face at this moment, Yuan released a low sigh. All right, I will tell you the truth. Indeed, Meishio is an attractive woman. After all, she's managed to charm me. I knew it. Yuro exclaimed. How far have you gotten with her? Have you confessed yet? Yuan responded with a stiff smile on his face. Actually, we're already way past that point. Huh? Yu Rao's eyes widened. So you're already partners? Like the boyfriend and girlfriend kind? Yes. Yuan nodded. I see. I have to admit. I truly didn't expect this, she muttered in a dazed voice. After a long moment of silence, she asked him, What about Lulu? She likes you too, right? What are you going to do about her? About that. She's also my partner, what? Yu Rao jumped off the bed after hearing this shocking information. How can Lulu be your partner when you already have Mei Xiao as your partner? Don't tell me. You're two-timing them? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. What? No. I am not two-timing anyone. Yuan quickly said. Not wanting the misunderstanding to deepen any further, he explained to Yu Rao the whole situation. Mei Xiao and Lulu are both my partners, and they are both aware of it. I couldn't just accept one of them and abandon the other, so I decided to accept both of them. They also agreed to this. Yu Rao's jaw dropped to the floor after learning the truth. And my brother has a harem. Yu Rao fell to the ground on her knees. Yu Rao? Are you okay? I thought I was mature enough to handle the truth, but alas, I have overestimated myself once again, Yu Rao said to herself in a dispirited voice. The room fell completely silent afterward. Many moments later, Yu Rao stood up and said to Yuan, Brother. I will be right back. Don't you dare leave this room until I come back. And without explaining any further, Yu Rao left the room. Yuan had an idea where Yu Rao went, so he didn't bother chasing after her. Sometime later, Yu Rao knocked on the door to Mixius' room. Yu Rao? What's the matter? I thought you were going to sleep with Yuan. Mei Xiao asked her. We need to talk. Yu Rao said as she entered the room. Mei Xiao was puzzled by the situation, but she could tell that Yu Rao seemed frustrated at something. Once she closed the door, Mei Xiao approached Yu Rao and asked, What's wrong? Yu Rao did not immediately respond and merely silently stared at Mixius' confused face. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke, Mei Xiao, I know everything. Brother told me the truth about your relationship with him, and Lulu. Mixius' eyes widened. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 978. Published at 16th of May 2022 1:30 and 27 seconds p.m. Chapter 978. 978 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 978. All the way, don't worry, I'm not angry. Yu Rao said after seeing Mixius' worried expression. You guys wanted to keep it a secret from me because you didn't know how I would react, right? Thank you for your concerns, but I can handle myself. However, I would be lying if I said that I am not shocked by the results. Anyways, I came here because I have some questions that I can only ask you since it would be too embarrassing to ask my brother. First of all, how long has this been happening? Mei Xiao pondered for a moment before speaking, sometime after we moved out of Xia Jingyi's apartment. Then my second question. How far have you guys gone? Have you kissed yet? Yu Rao asked in an anxious manner. Mei Xiao swallowed nervously. She didn't dare to respond without thinking about it first, as this could break Yu Rao's spirit. Should I lie to her and say that we've only kissed, or should I tell her the truth, that we've gone all the way? You're not going to lie to me again, are you? Yu Rao suddenly said with narrowed eyes. I have forgiven you for lying about my brother being hospitalized, but I won't forgive you if you lie to me this time. Seeing Yu Rao's stern face, Mei Xiao sighed. We have kissed. In fact, we have already gone all the way. What? Yu Rao was taken aback by Mixius' words. It took her a moment to comprehend the meaning behind Mixius' words, but when she finally understood the true meaning, Yu Rao's face flushed with redness. Why, you've gone all the way? Like. All the way? Yu Rao wanted confirmation, as she hoped that it was just another misunderstanding. However, Meishio said. Yes, we've gone all the way, we had sex. Yuro started stumbling backward until she fell on the bed, where she would quietly lie down and stare at the ceiling with a dazed look on her face. After a whole minute of awkward silence, Yuro spoke. Lulu. Did he also do it with her? Yes. Meishio answered without hesitation. I see. So you guys have finally done it. Good for you, Meishio. Huh? Meishio raised her eyebrows. Yuro sat on the bed and said, You've always liked him, right? The only reason you started working for the Yu family is so that you could be with my brother. Now that your dreams have come true, what are you going to do next? We haven't planned that far yet. Meishio shook her head. Yuro turned silent again. Are you okay, Yuro? Meishio suddenly asked her. What makes you think that I am not okay? Yuro looked at her. I mean, you also like him, right? Of course. He's my precious brother. You know that's not what I mean. Meishio said. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuro's face as she spoke. Why are you asking me that? Don't you want to be with Yuan? If it's you, I wouldn't mind having you in our family. I think Lulu will also say the same thing. Meishio said. What? Are you crazy? There's no way we can be partners. He's my brother. Yuro exclaimed. Yes, but that is only in name. You're not actually blood related, so there's no problem. There's plenty of problems. Although we may not share the same blood, we have lived most of our lives as siblings. He will definitely reject such an idea, and that will destroy our current relationship. I don't want that to happen. Yuro, thank you, Meishio. I understand your feelings, but you do not need to be concerned about me. Just like how you figured things out with him by yourselves, I am also going to do the same. Anyways, it's getting late. I'm going to go to sleep. Yuro left Meixius' room and returned to Yuan shortly after. I didn't think that you'd return. Yuan said to her. Why would you think that? Yuro said as she entered the bed. You're not angry? What's there to be angry about? I'm only a little frustrated that you tried to hide the truth from me, that's all. Sorry. Brother, can I hug you? She suddenly asked. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Of course. Yuro moved closer to him and treated his body like a hug pillow. I'm going to sleep like this. Good night. Good night. A few minutes later, Yuan could hear Yuro sobbing. However, he decided to not say anything and pretended to be asleep. Yuro also didn't say anything and kept on crying until she fell asleep. The following morning, they both acted as though last night never happened. Good morning. Yuro said to him. Morning. After doing their morning routine, Yuan and Yuro went to eat breakfast with the others. Although none of them said anything about last night, Chu Liuxiang, Xia Jingyi, and White Lotus could sense something off about the atmosphere. In the end, breakfast ended up feeling a little awkward, mostly because it was a little too quiet. Are you guys ready to leave? It'll be a 2-hour ride to the faction. White Lotus asked them. Yes, we're ready. Once everyone was in a car, they started driving towards the Eternal Lotus's headquarters. Their journey to the headquarters was as quiet as breakfast, but it lasted twice as long. It was obvious to Chu Liuxiang and the others that something had happened to the siblings last night, but nobody there dared to ask. Upon arriving at the Eternal Lotus's headquarters, White Lotus said, I should have probably mentioned this before we came here, but I kind of forgot about them. We actually have a few guests staying here at the moment, and they're all looking for you, me? Yuan raised his eyebrows. I got ahead of myself after our meeting in Cultivation online and bragged about it to some people. I'm really sorry. But I didn't tell them anything about our conversations. I swear. White Lotus lowered her head and apologized. Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry about it. I'll entertain them for a bit if they approach me. Thank you. They all entered the Eternal Lotus's headquarters shortly after. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 979. Published at 19th of May 2022 9:27 and 16 seconds AM. Chapter 979, 979. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 979. Visiting Eternal Lotuses. Before entering the Eternal Lotuses headquarters, Yuan wore a mask on his face. Why are you wearing a mask now? Yu couldn't help but ask him. I don't want to ruin your life in this place. From this point forth, I will be Yuan, not Yu Tian. He said. I don't care if people find out that you're my brother. In fact, that's something I can brag about. I'm only doing this because of the legacy families. They're a bunch of annoying people that you don't want to deal with, and I am trying to save you from them. A bunch of annoying people. White Lotus sighed inwardly after hearing his words. As she was from a legacy family, she couldn't help but feel like she was part of these annoying people. However, she couldn't refute such claims either, as she found other legacy families to be pretty annoying as well. Welcome back, leader by Elder Een. Welcome to the Eternal Lotuses, guests. The disciples at the front gate greeted them. They didn't immediately realize that there was a man amongst their group because Yuan was wearing a mask, and he had long hair tied into a ponytail. Although his body structure was larger than the ladies there, it wasn't enough to raise any suspicions. Is there anything you want to see first, or should I just give you a tour around our faction? White Lotus asked Yuan after they entered the faction. I'll let you decide where we go. I just want to see what Yu's life has been like for the past few months. I understand. Then let's do a walkthrough of our disciples' daily routine. There should still be some disciples doing morning training right now. Yuan nodded, and they proceeded to follow White Lotus around the faction, starting from the area where most disciples go to train. White Lotus would give them a brief explanation of the place while Yu would recall her experience there. The disciples there eventually realized that there was a man amongst them, and rumors quickly began to spread like wildfire. Did you hear? Senior Bai brought a man into the faction. What? This is the first time a man has stepped foot inside this place since its founding. I heard that not even Leader Bai's father could enter this place. Who is this man that she finds more important than her own father? I couldn't get a look at his face because he was wearing a mask, but I swear I heard Leader Bai addressing him as Yuan. What? It must be player Yuan. I heard that she had an encounter with him in. They probably agreed to meet in real life. Oh my. This is so exciting. Meanwhile, in one of the guest rooms, Fiery Queen overheard some of the disciples in the hallway talking about Yuan. What? Player Yuan is here? That crafty bitch. No wonder why she's been gone for the last few days. She actually snuck out to meet him. And she even lied to me about it. She left her room shortly after to look for White Lotus and Yuan. Sometime later, Fiery Lotus found them resting under a pavilion. What do you think of my faction? White Lotus asked him as they sipped on hot tea. It's very peaceful here, and the disciples are full of enthusiasm. Honestly, I feel a little embarrassed to even call my place a faction after seeing how organized this place is. It's more like a home than a headquarter. I think most factions are like that. Only those with enough funds and reputation dare to build such a large headquarter. White Lotus said. Suddenly, excuse me. You can't go in there. Someone there said in a nervous voice. White Lotus turned around to see Fiery Queen approaching them with a nonchalant expression on her face. Yuan, that's Sasha Walker's, also known as Fiery Queen. She's a top 10 player in Cultivation Online, and she's from the Walker's family that is ranked 10th in the legacy ranking. White Lotus quickly introduced her to Yuan. Once she arrived before their table, Fiery Queen combed her short orange hair with her fingers and spoke, Are you really player Yuan? Feeling her sharp gaze, Yuan smiled and nodded. How can I help you, Miss Walkers? Oh. You know about me? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. I only know of your name. I see. Well, I don't like beating around the bush, so I am going to ask you directly. Join my Walkers family, player Yuan. What can you offer me? Yuan didn't immediately reject her offer. Is this what he meant by entertaining them? White Lotus wondered inwardly. I will double, no, triple what the Bai family has offered you. Are you sure you can afford it? White Lotus could no longer remain quiet now that Fiery Queen brought her family into the conversation. Your Bai family may be higher in the legacy rankings, but my Walker's family is ranked second in terms of wealth. Tell me, what did your Bai family offer him to join your family? Fiery Queen asked. White Lotus smiled and said, actually, we didn't offer him anything. What? Fiery Queen's eyes widened with disbelief. Why do you think I would fall for such a cheap trick? Why would he come here if you didn't pay him? It's true. Yuan said. And he continued, neither the Bai family nor White Lotus has asked me to join their family. I am here on my own accord. In fact, I was the one who requested to be here. And no way. Why would you do such a thing? Aren't you aware that every legacy family is trying to acquire you? If you do something like this, it's only natural for people to think that the Bai family had bought you. I have my own reasons for being here. Yuan calmly said. Fiery Queen gritted her teeth in frustration. Is he here because of White Lotus? Did he get charmed by her? This is bad. At this rate, the Bai family will acquire him. What can I do in this situation? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 980. Published at 19th of May 2022 9:27 and 15 seconds AM. Chapter 980. 980 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 980. Fiery Queen's offer. See, since the Bai family hasn't offered you anything, then allow me to offer you to join the Walker's family. What do you want? As long as it's something that money can buy, we will give it to you. Fiery Queen said to him after pondering for a moment. Sorry, but there's nothing I want. Yuan calmly responded. What? That's not possible. Everyone has something they desire. Indeed, that is true. However, what I want cannot be purchased with money. You won't know until you try. Love, happiness, fame, anything can be bought. Tell me what you desire and the Walker's family will do everything in its power to acquire. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a calm voice. If I say that I want the Walker's family, will you be able to hand it over to me? That's. Fiery Queen was dumbfounded by Yuan's question. What's wrong? Why are you hesitating? Didn't you say that you would give me anything? Or are you going to ask me to not be so greedy? I'm sorry, but I don't think we can fulfill such an unreasonable condition. Anything else but that, please. Yuan shook his head. Sorry, but I was only joking. I don't plan on joining any legacy family, so you can stop asking. Can I ask why? You would gain a lot of benefit if you joined us. Or do you plan on creating your own family? Fiery Queen narrowed her eyes at Yuan. I have no interest in the legacy ranking. As for why I don't want to join any legacy families, I don't want to break the current balance. He said. I don't want to sound arrogant, but if I join any family, even the lowest ranking family, it would immediately break the balance, and I'm sure nobody wants that to happen. Breaking the balance. Both Fiery Queen and White Lotus frowned upon hearing this, as neither of them had thought about it like this until he mentioned it. He's right. If someone like him joins the legacy ranking, the family he chooses will immediately become the most powerful and influential family in the legacy ranking regardless of their previous rank. White Lotus thought to herself. The other legacy families will probably work with each other to destroy such an unbalanced family. In other words, the moment he joins a legacy family, there will be a war. Fiery Queen sighed. As much as she wanted to acquire Yuan for her family, she did not want to fight with the other legacy families simply because they had him. After pondering for a few moments, Fiery Queen smiled and said, "Very well, I will give up on trying to recruit you. However, I have another proposal. While it's true that the other legacy families won't be happy if we pay to acquire you, they won't have anything to say if you marry into our family." She pointed at herself and said, "If you marry me, that will solve everything." What nonsense are you saying? White Lotus slammed the table, startling everyone there. Nonsense? I think it's quite ingenious. Fiery Queen said in a prideful tone. Yuan, forget about her. She's a lost cause. Wait. I was only joking. Fiery Queen suddenly said. And she continued, "Here's my real proposal. Instead of asking you to join our family, I will pay for your assistance." Can you elaborate? Yuan asked. Basically, I want to hire you. And what kind of job do you want me to do? I'm not sure yet, but we'll probably ask for you to do something for us in Cultivation Online. Maybe even train some of our players. If that's too much to ask, then I buy information from you instead, information about Cultivation Online. Yuan pondered about Fiery Queen's offer. Although I can acquire money by selling Cultivation Online treasures like last time, I will be going to the third heaven soon, and that will make it difficult for me to use their auction house, especially since I will be busy traveling the world. However, if I can sell information about Cultivation Online, I can earn money just by telling them about my experience in Cultivation Online, which is essentially free money. How much are we talking about? Yuan then asked. That will depend on the information you give us. We will give you a fixed price for each information you give us, and then we will pay you a bonus depending on its usefulness. How does that sound? Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. In other words, if my information helps you acquire treasures or other valuables, you will pay me extra? Exactly. Fiery Queen nodded. Sure, I don't mind if it's just selling information. Yuan agreed. Yes. Fiery Queen celebrated inwardly. Leave your contact information with me and I will contact you later. Yuan then said. Of course. Fiery Queen immediately handed Yuan her business card. Then I await your call. Thank you. Fiery Queen left the place shortly after. As much as she wanted to linger and talk more with Yuan, she didn't want to push her luck. If you don't mind me asking, why did you agree to working with her? White Lotus asked him afterward. It seemed like an easy way to earn money, so why not? If things don't work out, I can stop working with her whenever I want. Yuan said. Are you, by some chance, having money problems? She couldn't help but ask him. Yuan chuckled, it's embarrassing to admit it, but yes, I'm actually quite broke right now. I plan on selling some treasures that ID found in Cultivation Online in the future, though. A flicker appeared in White Lotus' eyes after hearing his words, and she quickly said, if you don't mind, can you sell these treasures to my family? Are you sure? You don't even know what kind of treasures they are. We can figure these things out later. Sure. Once I return home, we can meet in Cultivation Online. I will show you the treasures then. Yuan nodded. Thank you. White Lotus said excitedly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 981. Published at 19th of May 2022 9:27 and 14 seconds AM. Chapter 981. 981 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 981. Staying overnight after their break ended, Yuro asked, Brother, Would you like to see my room? Sure. Sometime later, they entered Yuro and Xia Jingyi's room. What do you think? She asked him. It's exactly as I expected it to be, neat and clean. Yuan smiled. Once they looked around the room, Yuro suddenly asked, will you be staying with us tonight? I don't want to bother White Lotus and this place any longer, so I will return to the hotel. Yuan shook his head. Actually, it's fine if you want to stay here overnight. We have plenty of guest rooms, and it would be more convenient if you intend to spend more time with each other tomorrow. White Lotus said. Are you sure? I don't want to intrude any more than necessary. It's fine, really. Then I'll accept your offer. Great. I'll have your rooms prepared right away. White Lotus left the room shortly after. By the way, I have something really important to tell you later. Yuan said to Yuro a moment later. I don't like the sound of that. Is it bad news or good news? Yuro frowned slightly. Well, it's not really bad news, but it's not good news either. It's about and how it affects our lives. I don't get it. I'll explain it once White Lotus returns. All right. White Lotus returned to the room about 5 minutes later. I have arranged your rooms for tonight, she said to them. Thank you. Anyways, now that you're here, let's continue our conversation. I wanted to tell you guys at the pavilion just now, but Fiery Queen interrupted and I'd rather keep this between us. Yuan removed his mask and looked at White Lotus with a serious gaze. What I am about to tell you is highly confidential, so please keep it a secret even from your family. If it's leaked to the public, there will be an outcry, and who knows how the people will react to it. My lips are sealed no matter what you say from this point forth. White Lotus nodded. Good, now listen carefully. After taking a deep breath, Yuan proceeded to tell them the truth about and the connections it has with their own world. Although Yuro and Xia Jingyi already knew that treasures inside affected their real bodies, this was news to White Lotus, who was shocked speechless even before the grand reveal. The world of, also known as Nine Heavens, truly exists in this universe somewhere, and our world, Earth, used to be part of the Nine Heavens before it was split. Wait, White Lotus had to stop him, as she was unable to comprehend all of it at once. The Nine Heavens is a real world? How does that work? The consoles that we use to enter actually transfers a part of our soul to the Nine Heaven, and using another method, it creates our character with our soul. The reason we don't die when we die inside Cultivation Online is simply because we didn't experience true death. When we die, our character will transform back into its soul form. This is also why some people lose their ability to cultivate after dying. Their soul had probably sustained too much damage, crippling them for real. Visit Reatal.me for extra chapters. Furthermore, this is why we are stuck with one character no matter whose console we use to play Cultivation Online. Yuro and the other two stared at Yuan with their eyes as wide as saucers. No way. Why would they do such a thing? Yuro muttered in a dazed voice. I don't know, but I plan on finding out the truth. Yuan said. However, now that you know your character is actually your soul, please do your best to avoid getting damaged, as it could damage your soul. Your soul is basically your spirit, your very existence. If it's damaged, you'll turn into what they call a vegetable. And if your soul is destroyed, you basically die without any chance of reincarnation. If this is true, shouldn't we warn the public so that they could stop acting so recklessly in Cultivation Online? White Lotus asked. Yes, but there's a good chance that a lot of people will stop playing Cultivation Online. I don't know what the Celestial Emperor has planned, but it clearly needs a lot of people. If a large number of people suddenly stop playing, who knows what the Celestial Emperor might do next? Yuan said. And he continued, a good portion of our soul is already trapped inside in the Nine Heavens. We're all basically held hostage by the Celestial Emperor until we can go to the Nine Heavens with our real body. But how are we going to travel to a place that we can't even locate? Yuro asked. I already have a clue. I just need some time to figure it out. If you really want to warn people about the dangers of being heard in Cultivation online, then you must do so without revealing the truth to them. Yuan said to White Lotus a moment later. I understand. I will do my best. I don't want my family or the disciples of my faction to suffer because of this. Thank you for telling me the truth, Yuan. I will be seeing Cultivation online in a new light now. Later that night, White Lotus approached Yuan and said to him, I have spoken to my father about buying your treasures in Cultivation online, and he has agreed to it. If you're not busy, we can do it now. But if you insist on doing this later, I can wait. Let's do it now. Yuan nodded, and he continued, I will meet you at the same place as last time in a few hours. Great. We have plenty of unused consoles. You can use one of those. Then I will see you later. Once he had a console, Yuan laid on his bed and entered Cultivation online. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 982. Published at 19th of May 2022 9:27 and 13 seconds AM. Chapter 982, 982. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 982, A Pile of Treasures. Welcome back, Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua greeted him when he entered. Are we ascending the stairway to heaven soon? Feng Yuxiang asked. No, not yet. I am only back temporarily to sell some treasures. Yuan shook his head. With that being said, it should be long before I challenge the stairway to heaven. I still have some business that requires my attention. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at the restaurant with the musicians, where he'd first meet with White Lotus. Yuan. White Lotus waved at him from her table. Of course, she was surrounded by young men that were trying to hit on her again. When these young men saw Yuan, they sneered in disdain. However, when Yuan released some of his aura, these young men started running for their lives. This isn't an appropriate place to show my treasures, but I still want to enjoy this place for a bit before we start our business. Yuan said to her. No problem. I was also thinking that we could enjoy the music for a while before our business. After ordering some food and tea, the two of them quietly enjoyed the performance at the center of the restaurant. About an hour later, White Lotus asked him, where should we go to do our business? We can just rent a hotel somewhere and do it there, he calmly said. That sounds good. Once they finished their meal and were satisfied with the entertainment, the two of them rented a room at a nearby hotel. All right, here are all of the treasures that I am trying to sell. Yuan proceeded to dump all of the treasures he had acquired from the Gu family and the Blood sect. White Lotus stared at the large pile of treasures on the bed with wide eyes. There were so many treasures that the table wouldn't fit them, hence the bed. This is a lot more than what I had in mind, she muttered in a dazed voice. The amount of treasures before her eyes at this moment is more than what her family and faction has collected since the beginning of the game, combined. How on earth did he acquire so much treasure? It's almost as though he'd robbed an entire sect. White Lotus was in disbelief. Take your time. Yuan said to her as he took a seat at the table and started studying array symbols. What are you doing? She couldn't help but ask. I'm studying array symbols. They're more important and widely used than I realized. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. Yuan, this amount of treasure is too much to look through by myself. If you don't mind, can I have some assistance? My most trusted bodyguard, Jasmine, and my father, happen to be in this city as well. Of course, it wasn't a coincidence. She had them prepared just in case anything were to happen. Sure, I don't mind. Yuan casually said. Thank you. I will contact them right away. White Lotus logged off for a couple of minutes before returning. Sometime later, Jasmine and Bai Mengyao showed up at the hotel. It's a pleasure to see you again, Yuan. Bai Mengyao greeted him with a bright smile. Hello, Mr. Bai. Sorry to bother you this late. It's not a bother at all. He laughed. Then the treasures are on the bed. Take your time. This is. Jasmine and Bai Mengyao were stunned by the amount of treasures there, even though White Lotus had already warned them about it through the phone. I thought she was exaggerating when she called it a pile of treasures. Bai Mengyao cried inwardly. Let's get to work, shall we? White Lotus said to them. Thus, the three of them started looking through the treasures one by one while Yuan focused on his array symbols. Although Yuan didn't pay any attention to White Lotus and her group because he trusted them, the beings within his body kept a close eye on their every movement just in case they had any funny ideas. About an hour later, Bai Mengyao wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in a nervous voice. Most of these treasures are Earth grade and Heaven grade. If I have to be honest, this will bankrupt us if we try to buy all of them. I know, White Lotus sighed. The two of them had planned on buying all of Yuan's treasure before, but after seeing just how many treasures were available, they immediately gave up such a thought. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Although I already know what I want, I am going to look through them again just in case. White Lotus said a moment later. Me too. Thus, they started examining the treasures again. An hour later, White Lotus returned to Yuan and said to him, We're ready. Yuan nodded and stopped studying array symbols. We'd like to purchase these treasures. Bai Mengyao placed all of the treasures they wanted to buy on the table before him. There were a total of 52 treasures, and most of them were Earth grade with a couple of Heaven grade treasures. Sure. Yuan nodded without even checking the treasures. For the pricing, in order to make this as far as possible, we will use the CO player auctions for reference. If you have any objections, please let us know. I don't mind. Yuan said. Great. Most Earth-grade treasures sell for $10 million to $100 million nowadays, and Heaven-grade treasures cost anywhere between $200 million and $400 million depending on its grade and usefulness. We have 42 Earth-grade and 10 Heaven-grade treasures. We will let you decide the price for each of them. Yuan glanced at the treasures and said, How about 2 billion for all of them? Huh? They looked at him with wide eyes. Is that too expensive? I don't mind lowering, and no. That's not it. It's actually cheaper than we thought. Bai Mengyao quickly interrupted. It's a discount. Consider it as my gratitude for the past few days. If you want, you can go pick out some more treasures. Yuan said to them. Are you sure? We don't want to take advantage of you. White Lotus was hesitant. It's fine. Yuan nodded with a smile. After all, these treasures were all useless to him, and he wanted them to feel indebted to him just in case he needed their help in the future. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 983. Published at 19th of May 2022 9:27 and 12 seconds AM. Chapter 983, 983. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 983. Sparring with White Lotus. Once they received Yuan's approval to buy more treasure from him at a discount, the Bai family returned to the bed and started picking out even more treasures to purchase. In the end, they decided to just buy all of his treasures. How much do you want for all of these treasures? Bai Mengyao asked him. Yuan looked at the treasures and pondered. There were 201 treasures in total. How does 10 billion sound? You can easily get 10 billion back and then some more if you decide to sell them afterward. Bai Mengyao pondered for a moment before nodding. Deal. I'll buy all of your treasures for 10 billion. Great. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Yuan shook his hand. You can give my daughter your bank information later. We'll send you the money as soon as possible. It'll take 3 days minimum, but we should have it sent over by tomorrow. Bai Mengyao said. Take your time. Yuan nodded. As for the treasures, you can take them now. Are you sure? We can wait until the payment is through. White Lotus said. It's fine. I want to get rid of them as soon as possible, anyway. They're taking up too much space. Bai Mengyao swallowed nervously after seeing how casual Yuan was being with these treasures, almost as though he was just getting rid of trash in a garage sale. Although Earth-grade and Heaven-grade treasures are incredibly valuable to other players, they could be considered trash in Yuan's eyes. In fact, he still has several Divine-grade treasures that he plans on selling in the auction house, where he will definitely fetch more money than selling it to the Bai family. Once again, thank you for selling these treasures to us. I will make sure they're all put to good use. White Lotus bowed to him in a respectful manner. Yuan logged off the game and called Wang Ming shortly after. Hey, get on and meet me at the city square. I have some things for you. Yuan said to him. Sure thing. Sometime later, Yuan met up with Wang Ming at the city square. Hey, how did your sister's birthday go? And when do you plan on coming back? The mansion feels empty without your presence. Wang Ming asked him. The birthday went pretty well, but it wasn't entirely smooth sailing. Don't worry, it's already been taken care of. As for when we'll return, I'm not sure, but it shouldn't take more than a week. I understand. I won't ask for any details now, but make sure to tell us about it when you get back. Anyways, what do you have for me? Yuan handed him a spatial ring and said, I want you to sell these treasures in CO player auctions. You mean that online auction house that all of the big families use? I heard their popularity skyrocketed after you sold an item there. Wang Ming recalled. Yes, and make sure to tell them that these treasures are from me. They'll treat you better that way. I'm a little scared to look at the inside. Oh, do you want me to sell them one by one or all at once? Wang Ming then asked. You'll get more if you sell them one by one. They're all divine-grade treasures, after all. D-Divine? Wang Ming exclaimed in a shocked voice before covering his own mouth. The last time a divine-grade item was sold on that platform was when you sold that zither, and that was only a low-quality treasure. All of these are high-quality treasures, so they should be able to fetch 1 billion with ease. Yuan smiled. I see. When do you want me to sell them? Wang Ming proceeded to ask. Whenever you want. I just earned 10 billion selling the other treasures, so I am not in a rush to earn more money right now. 10 billion? What the hell did you sell to earn that much money? Forget it, I don't even want to know. Wang Ming shook his head. Anything else you want me to do? He then asked. Give the others 1 ring. Yuan proceeded to hand him 6 spatial rings. Are these? Yes, they're resources that will support you while I am gone. Once again, I am a little scared to see the inside, Wang Ming sighed. Wait. Why are there 9 rings? Since Li Jinsi will be following you, we only have 6 people. One of them is for my friend who will be joining us soon. The other 2 rings are for my sister and her friend. Give it to them when you have the chance. I understand. Yuan logged off Cultivation online shortly after and went to rest. The following day, Yuan proceeded to spend the entire day watching Yu Rou live her life as a disciple of the faction. During his second day at the faction, Yu Rou decided to challenge Yuan. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Please spar with me. Yu Rou said to him with a serious look on her face. Sure. Yuan nodded without hesitation. And don't you dare go easy on me. I won't. Yuan smiled behind his mask. With nothing but a wooden sword in his grasp, Yuan proceeded to smack Yu Rou around until she could no longer stand back up. The fight was so one-sided that it looked almost comical. I know I said to not go easy on me, but did you have to be so brutal? Ah. I can't feel anything but pain right now, Yu Rou complained after the spar ended a few minutes later. This is how I normally train with the people in my faction. And I didn't hit you that hard. You're exaggerating. Exaggerating? Look at my hand. It's already bruised. Yuan laughed. It'll heal in a few hours. Now that I think about it. This is the first time that you've hit me. Yuro said a moment later. Huh. This doesn't count. It's a spar. Whatever. I'm too exhausted to deal with you now. Suddenly, one of the disciples there approached Yuan and bowed to him. Excuse me. Senior Yuan. Can I also request a spar with you? Yuan looked at this cute and delicate girl and nodded, sure. Sometime later, shortly after his second spar ended, a third followed, and this would continue until Yuan had sparred with everyone there. Thank you for the spar, Senior Yuan, the last disciple to spar with him said as she laid on the floor. Thank you for sparring with me. Yuan nodded. After seeing you spar with so many people, I am starting to feel like sparring with you too, even though I know that I will lose. White Lotus said with a bittersweet smile on her face. If you want to spar as well, I want mine. Yuan offered his wooden sword to her. White Lotus looked at the sword with a nervous look on her face. If I lose to him before so many disciples, I will definitely lose some face, but if I don't fight him, the others will think that I am a coward. Either way, it's my loss. White Lotus sighed inwardly. In the end, White Lotus accepted the sword and agreed to spar with Yuan. Even if I lose to him and lose some face, it's a lot better than being labeled a coward. She thought to herself. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 984. Published at 19th of May 2022 5:39 and 12 seconds p.m. Chapter 984. 984 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 984. Leaving Eternal Lotuses. Good luck, Senior Bai. Good luck, Senior Yuan. The disciples cheered for them as they entered the sparring area. Ready whenever you are. Yuan said to White Lotus, who stood a couple meters away with a serious expression on her face. Here I come. White Lotus announced right before she approached him with a wooden sword. Yuan calmly and casually dodged the attack, but White Lotus immediately followed up with a second strike. Thud. Yuan effortlessly blocked it with his wooden sword. Not bad. He swung the sword, forcing White Lotus to retrieve several steps. What tyrannical strength. It only looked like he had causally moved his sword, yet it felt as though I had been struck by a large hammer. White Lotus was shocked after experiencing Yuan's strength for the first time. Although she was aware of his prowess, it was a whole different story to experience it firsthand. Are you okay? Yuan asked her when she stopped moving. Sorry, I lost focus for a second. It won't happen again. White Lotus tightened her grip on the sword and proceeded to attack Yuan again. The disciples that had been cheering at the beginning quickly stopped when they realized how one-sided the fight between Yuan and White Lotus was. I thought Senior Bai would be able to pressure him even if it's just a little, but looking at them now, their fight doesn't seem anything different from the previous spars. He's treating her like a child just like he did to the rest of us. The disciples were shocked when they realized this. Senior Yuan is much more profound and powerful than I anticipated. I wonder what cultivation level he has achieved. Seeing how he's handling Senior Bai with so little effort, he's definitely already a spirit master. More like a spirit grandmaster. Yu Rou and Xia Jingyi thought to themselves after hearing their topic. 15 minutes later, White Lotus collapsed on the ground and said in an exhausted manner, I surrender. Thank you for the spar. Yuan said to her before reaching his hand out to her. White Lotus grabbed it with a defeated smile on her face. The disciples started cheering once again even though their faction leader had lost, as it was an entertaining spar, and they learned a lot as spectators. How much will it cost to hire you to train us? White Lotus asked him in a somewhat joking tone after getting back to her feet. If you come to the Dragon's Spiral Mountain, I can train you guys for free. Seriously? White Lotus did not expect such an answer and was taken aback by it. Yes. We have plenty of room there, and it seems fun, like a collaboration of sorts between the factions. He nodded. Then I will seriously consider your offer. Sometime later, Fiery Queen showed up. What are you guys doing? It looks fun. You're still here? Why don't you leave already? You have already achieved what you came here for, anyway. White Lotus said to her. I will leave when Yuan leaves. Fiery Queen said in a shameless manner. Don't worry, I won't stay here for long. Yuan said. By the way, I have spoken to my family about our business. They have agreed to it, so you can sell us information whenever you want. I'll contact you in a week or so. I'll be waiting. At the end of the day, Yuan said to Yu Rou, I have decided to leave after tomorrow. You're leaving already? He nodded. If I make the Yu family wait too long, who knows what they'll do. Actually, they have been trying to contact me since your concert. I ignored all of them, though. They can't do anything to me as long as I am a member of this faction, anyway. This is even more true now that White Lotus is aware of your real identity. Yu Rou chuckled. Yuan notified White Lotus about his leave the following morning. I see. So you're leaving already. It hasn't been that long since we met, but it feels like I have known you for years now. White Lotus said to him. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Feel free to visit me whenever you want. Yuan smiled. And you're free to visit us whenever you want. Our faction will always have its doors open for you. That's good to hear. After spending the entire day with Yu Rou, Yuan also spent the last night sleeping with her. Don't do anything crazy when you get back, brother. Yu Rou said to them as they prepared to go to sleep. I will try not to, but it's going to be hard. As long as you don't do anything that will make you a criminal, I will be fine with it. Yuan silently nodded with a smile. The two of them fell asleep shortly after. The following morning, a good portion of the people at Eternal Lotuses gathered at the entrance to see Yuan and his group off. Yu Rou, Xia Jingyi, and White Lotus followed them all the way to the airport. When do you think I will see you guys again? Yu Rou asked them. I will try to visit you once a month. Yuan said. That would be great, but since I know that you're a busy man, let's not make any schedules and just see each other whenever we can. I will also try to visit you once in a while. Yu Rou said. Sure. Also, your birthday is coming up in 3 months, right? I will be the one to visit you then, so make sure you're free on that day. It's a promise. Yuan nodded. He then turned to look at White Lotus and said to her, see you later. Despite the slight inconvenience we had, I had fun the last few days. Me too. We should play together in Cultivation online sometimes. Of course. After saying their final goodbyes, the two groups hugged each other. Yuan's group boarded the plane shortly after while Yu Rou and White Lotus returned to the faction. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 985. Published at 20th of May 2022 7:18 and 22 AM. Chapter 985. 985 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 985. Returning to the Yu family after boarding the plane, Chu Liuxiang asked Yuan, so, what do you think of this trip? Exhausting, he sighed. Yu Rou. She knows about our relationship. Chu Luxiang's eyes widened with surprise. Really? Yes, she asked me about it during the night of her birthday, and I had no choice but to tell her the truth. I see. How did she take it? I honestly don't know. She seems okay with it, but she doesn't seem happy about it either. Yuan shook his head. That's tough. However, I kind of understand her feelings. I think. Chu Liuxiang sighed, and she turned to look at Mei Xiao and asked, what do you think? I also don't know. All I can say is that it's really complicated. Mei Xiao also shook her head. Chu Liuxiang raised her eyebrows since Mixia's words contradicted herself. If she doesn't know anything, why would she say it's complicated like she knew about it? However, Chu Liuxiang decided to not ask her about it. Anyways, I'm surprised the Bai family allowed you to leave so easily. In fact, I was so sure that they'd try to recruit you. Yuan smiled and said, well, I'm really glad that they didn't. It wouldn't be easy to refuse them after all they've done for me and Yu. The three of them proceeded to talk about their short and chaotic vacation for most of their flight. Meanwhile, White Lotus notified her father about Yuan's departure. I see. So he's gone. What about your relationship with him? Bai Mengyao asked. Honestly, while I will admit that I was too nervous to approach him, I also think it's a little too early for me to propose to him. Although I wasn't able to join his family, I think I've made great progress in our relationship. Once I am ready, I will ask him. White Lotus said. Nervous? You? Ha ha ha. Bai Mengyao laughed out loud. I never thought I'd ever hear such words coming from you. Shut up. I'm going to hang up now. I have some things that I want to discuss with you, Ro. All right. Let me know if you need anything. I will. A few hours later, Yuan's plane landed. Can you call your mother and let her know that we will be arriving at the Yu family soon? Yuan asked Mei Xiao. She nodded and proceeded to call Mei Feng on her phone. Hello? Yes, we have just landed. We should arrive at the Yu family soon. No, we can get there by ourselves. I understand. I will let him know. After hanging up, Mei Xiao looked at Yuan and spoke. Apparently your parents are furious that you kept them waiting for so long. Yuan smiled and said, I know they're legally my parents, but let's not call them that for my sanity's sake. By the way, Lulu, since the Yu family is only expecting Mei Xiao and I don't want to make things more complicated than it already is, can you wait for us to be done? They're pretty awful people, so I doubt you would want to meet with them either. Chu Liuxiang chuckled, too bad I have already met with your parents. However, I was still from the Chu family at that time, so they had to be respectful to me. Don't worry, I won't interrupt your family reunion. Go on and have fun without me. Thank you. They took a taxi to the Yu family shortly after. It's been a while since I have been to this city, so I'm going to stroll around for a bit. Call me when you're done. Chu Liuxiang said to them before going elsewhere. Once Chu Liuxiang was gone, Yuan and Mei Xiao approached the Yu family's manor. How long has it been since I last seen this place? Feels like forever. Yuan looked at the scenery with a nostalgic expression on his face. Even though his childhood was horrible, he still had some fond memories of this place. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. When they arrived at the front gate, Yuan could see a familiar figure standing inside. It's been a while, Miss Mei Feng. Yuan greeted her with a smile. Mother. Mei Xiao nodded at her. Young master. Your eyes. So it's true that you've fully recovered. Mei Feng covered her mouth after seeing that Yuan's eyes had regained its beautiful color. Even though she had seen the concert, she still doubted it. Where's the couple? Yuan then asked her. They're currently inside, and it's not just them. Their lawyers and even some of the investors are inside, waiting for your arrival. Mei Feng said with a worried frown on her face. Wow, what a grand audience that they have prepared for us. I kind of feel bad for making them wait so long now. Yuan chuckled. Young master, I have to be honest with you. You should have just remained in hiding. Why did you show yourself so soon? Mei Feng asked him. I just figured that it's about time I stop hiding and confront my problems. Yuan casually shrugged. Don't worry, I am no longer the pushover they once knew. Let us in, Miss Meifeng. I will handle the Yu family. Yuan said to her with a confident smile on his face. Meifeng took a deep breath and released it a moment later. All right. She opened the gates from them and led them inside the Yu family's territory. Once inside, Meifeng drove the two of them to the manor that was located about half a mile away. A few minutes later, when they exited the car, Yuan and Meishio could suddenly feel many gazes staring at them. Yuan could see many people watching them from inside the manor. Most of them were servants working there, but a few of them were wearing suits. After entering the manor, Meifeng led them to the audience room that is usually used for important business meetings. Upon opening the door, Yuan could see Yu Yong and Tang Li sitting at the end of a large table, and sitting beside them were a bunch of important-looking people that Yuan vaguely recognized. Yuan stepped inside the room without any hesitation and with a smile on his handsome face. "I'm home," he spoke in a calm voice. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 986. Published at 20th of May 2022 5:09 and 17 seconds p.m. Chapter 986. 986 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 986. Confronting the Yu family. Stay here with me, Meifeng said to Meishio in a low voice when she tried to follow Yuan into the room. She nodded and stood at the door with Meifeng. Bang! Yu Tian. Yu Yong slammed the desk with his fist and roared. How dare you make us wait this long for you? You should have came back the moment we called you. Yuan casually took a seat at the opposite end of the table where he could see everyone and said, I thought you wanted me out of the family, so why do you suddenly want me back so badly? You were the one who abandoned me. So what if we kicked you out of the house? You're already an adult. Tang Li sneered. An adult and a paralyzed cripple who couldn't move without the help of others, yet you still abandoned me. Enough. We didn't call you here just so you can bicker with your parents. Yu Tian, you have an obligation to continue working for the Yu family's company. One of the people there suddenly said. Yuan turned to look at him and asked with raised eyebrows, Who are you? I'm David Swanson, an investor and a manager at your father's company, and we're all here to make sure that you'll continue your obligation to your family. Father? He may have adopted me, but he's not my father. He's a disgrace to the real fathers out there that care for their own family. How dare you? Yu Yong fumed after hearing Yuan's insults. In fact, this is his first time being ridiculed by Yuan. I don't care about your opinions. He is still legally your father, and your contract is still in effect. Contract? What contract? I don't remember signing anything. Yuan said in a surprised voice. This is the contract. The man immediately retrieved a piece of paper and showed it to Yuan, almost as though he had it prepared beforehand. Yuan took a moment to read the contract that basically said that he was required to perform at least 2 concerts every week until he is 60 years old, and that all of the money he earns will be given to the Yu family. It was basically a slave contract that would work Yuan to the bones without giving him any in return. Yuan laughed out loud after seeing his signature on the paper. Seriously? You went out of your way to forge this nonsense? Sorry, but I don't feel like working for the Yu family, no matter what the contract says. Yuan casually ripped the contract to shreds and tossed it into the air. The entire room turned silent after his little bold action. Did you think that you would be able to escape from us by ripping that piece of paper? Tang Li suddenly sneered in contempt. That was only a copy. However, even if you managed to destroy the original, we have plenty of ways to make you submit. Oh. What do you have in mind? Please share with us. Yuan smiled. For starters, we can make your life miserable. No matter what job you decide to take, we have the power to fire you on the same day that you joined. Without having any sources of income, you'll have to start begging in the streets sooner or later. If I can't find an ordinary job, I can simply sell my music talents to other companies. I'm sure that they will accept me even if you threaten them. After all, I am worth a lot of money. Yuan shrugged. Or I can just play Cultivation online and earn money that way. The game is pretty popular, so I should be able to earn some decent money from it. That kind of threat is hardly a threat at all. He even chuckled. Tang Li narrowed her eyes at him and continued, we can easily throw you into jail and let you live the rest of your pathetic life there. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Prison, huh? That doesn't sound too bad, considering that I already have plenty of experience being a slave for the Yu family. Tang Li gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling as though she was not dealing with the Yu Tian that she was so familiar with. What the hell happened to this bastard? It hasn't been that long since he started living without the support of our Yu family. How can someone change so drastically in such a short time? He's no longer the coward and pushover that we once knew. Everyone in the room realized that they were no longer dealing with the same person that they used to take advantage of. However, this didn't shake their resolve, and they continued to threaten Yuan. When nothing was working, Yong suddenly stood up and shouted, that's it. I have had enough of this shit. Yu Tian. You will come back and start working for us again. If you don't, we will not punish you. Instead, we will make you bear the responsibilities. Yuan frowned after hearing this, which caused the people in the room to smile, as they realized that they'd just found his weakness. You're going to punish your own blood because I refuse to work for you? What kind of parent are you? Yuan spoke in a cold voice. You can only blame yourself for pushing us this far. If you work for us, nobody will get hurt. Tang Li said with a grin on her face. Yu Rou is currently a member of the faction Eternal Lotuses, right? If we pressure their leader, Bai Lianhua, who is still young and inexperienced, she will definitely be kicked out of the faction. Once that happens, we can do whatever we want to her and there's nothing you can do about it. The people there increased the pressure on Yuan. Yuan. Meishio stared at his face with a worried look on her face. However, she was not worried about Yuan. It was the others that she was worried about. Yuan suddenly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. In the end, this is how things will go, huh? He sighed inwardly. When he opened his eyes again, they were completely golden, and the atmosphere in the room immediately changed. And, check out my other novel magic system in a parallel world while you wait for the next chapter. I will also be doing a rare gifting event where I will mass release depending on the amount of gifts for either novels. I don't usually do mass releases. Surprise me and I will surprise you if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 987. Published at 23rd of May 2022 4:37 and 52 seconds p.m. Chapter 987. Chapter 987. A proposal: if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 987. A proposal. When Yuan activated Dragon's Gaze, the atmosphere in the room changed, and almost as though the temperature dropped to below freezing, the people in the room began trembling non-stop. Yo you. What do you think you are doing? Yu Yong spoke in a trembling voice. Even though Yuan used Dragon's Gaze, he didn't want these people to stop functioning, so he used the lowest output possible, but even then, most of these people could barely think under the pressure of the gaze. I will say this again. The two of you are a disgrace as parents. When you look at people, you don't see a human, you only see a tool that you can abuse for profit. People like you are better off dead. Yuan spoke in a calm voice. However, even if you are the scummiest people on earth, you are still Yu Rao's parents by blood. I would love to kill you, but I do not have the resolve to kill her parents. With that being said, that does not mean I am going to let you go without any punishment. Ha ha ha. Did you just say that you want to kill us? You must be out of your damn mind. It appears that you have recovered your ability to move but lost your ability to think in the process. You will not get away with threatening us. Well, have you prosecuted? Tang Li pointed her fingers at him and roared. But despite her brave words, her eyes were filled with fear, and her arm couldn't stop shaking. You're going to prosecute me for threatening you when you've done the same thing just moments ago? Are you listening to yourself, you damn crazy bitch? What did you just call me? Tang Li's body shook violently after being cursed out by Yuan. Mei Xiu and Mei Feng stared at Yuan's nonchalant face with wide eyes and slightly opened mouths, seemingly in disbelief. Are you deaf as well? I called you a crazy bitch, since that's what you are. Yuan casually repeated. Guards. I want you to break his fingers. Tang Li shouted in a fury. Two of the guards standing by the wall suddenly rushed at Yuan. Why? Mei Feng wanted to intervene, but Mei Xiu suddenly grabbed her hand. It's okay, she said in a calm voice. Once the guards were close enough, they grabbed Yuan's arms and tried to restrict him. However, they immediately realized that they were unable to move him. Get your hands off me. Yuan casually flicked his arms, sending the two guards flying. The guards struck the wall with their bodies, creating a large crater in the wall before falling to the floor unconscious. That was self-defense. Yuan calmly said afterward without moving from his seat. Why you? The entire room fell silent after they witnessed what Yuan had just done. They were both spirit warriors. How did he beat them so easily? What is his cultivation? Yu Yong cried inwardly. Ji Guer, don't even bother trying to send more guards. You're just going to waste money on their treatment fees later, my money. Yuan interrupted Tang Li. What are you talking about? Tang Li frowned. Let's get to the real reason why I came back today, he said with a smile. I'm here to get back everything that was taken from me, and that includes all of the money that I have earned throughout the years. Ha ha ha. You're truly out of your damn mind. As if we'd agree to your nonsense. Tang Li laughed out loud. I'm not asking. I'm demanding for my money back. Yuan increased the intensity of his dragon's gaze. Tang Li fell back to her chair the next moment from the intense pressure. Why you're asking for the impossible, Yu Tian? Don't forget about your contract. The Yu family doesn't owe you anything. In fact, you owe them money for being unable to work, which was part of you. Yuan looked at the person who just spoke and narrowed his eyes. Can you shut up about the contract already? As if I give a damn about a piece of paper that you all forged. You can try to sue me if you want, but you might not be alive to do that. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. I might not be able to kill you Rouse parents, but you idiots are different. I can kill you right here and nobody will utter a single word about it. Ha ha ha. You have played too many video games. Do you really think you can get away with murder? This is not Cultivation Online. The man laughed out loud. Ahaha, oh. The man suddenly stopped laughing and began screaming when he felt a sharp pain in one of his legs. When he looked down, he could see the cause of the pain, a dagger stabbing into his thighs. What just happened? Where did this weapon come from? The man was both terrified and confused. Mr. Jiang, this is my first and last warning to you. If you don't want that dagger in your head, then you should keep your mouth shut. In fact, why don't you just abandon the Yu family? Yuan suddenly thought of something and smiled. This may be sudden, but I have a proposal for everyone here. Stop supporting the Yu family or die. Yuan swept the room with his gaze. What? They all exclaimed. After all, the real backbone of the Yu family are the investors. Without you guys, they're basically powerless. Everyone present in the room were the Yu family's biggest investors and donors. Without them, the Yu family will immediately lose over 90% of their power. Furthermore, since he couldn't kill Yu Rao's parents, he had to punish them using other methods, and this is just one of many that he has in mind. You're fucking insane. As if we'd listen to you. You're just a damn child with a few loose screws. I see. If threatening to kill you is not enough to convince you, then allow me to give you another reason to abandon the Yu family. A mysterious smile appeared on Yuan's face. And he continued, Player Yuan, I'm sure you've all heard of him. What if I tell you that I personally know him and that I can set up a meeting with him for all of you? Will you stop supporting the Yu family then? I'm sure you'll be able to profit more from Player Yuan than from the Yu family. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 988. Published at 23rd of May 2022 4:37 and 51 seconds p.m. Chapter 988. Chapter 988. Halting their support if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Chapter 988. Halting their support. P Player Yuan? Are you serious? You know Player Yuan? The investors there were doubtful for obvious reasons. That's a load of bullshit. He doesn't know Player Yuan. He's just trying to mess with all of you. Yu Yong slammed the table and shouted. That's right. There's no way and nobody like him could know Player Yuan when nobody even knows his true identity. Tang Li also spoke. The investors looked at each other. After a moment of silence, one of them said, If you can prove to us that you know Player Yuan, I will stop supporting the Yu family. Mr. Zhou. What are you saying? Yu Yong looked at him in shock. Proof, huh? Sure, I can prove it to you that I know Player Yuan. Yuan nodded, still with a smile on his face. However, before I give you proof, I'd like to talk about the other reason why I am here today. After deactivating his dragon's gaze, Yuan turned to look at Mei Feng and continued to speak. Miss Mei Feng, the Yu family will go bankrupt soon, so why don't you come work for me instead? Huh? Mei Feng's eyes widened with shock. Good luck with that. According to her contract, she will work for us for the rest of her life unless she pays the contract cancellation fee of $50 billion. Even if we go bankrupt or become homeless, she will still have to work for us. Tang Li said with a wide smirk on her face. If I don't give a damn about my contract with the Yu family, why would I care about hers? Yuan raised his eyebrows. You can ignore your contract all you want, but that doesn't mean she will follow your recklessness. Isn't that right, Mei Feng? If you ignore the contract and betray the Yu family, not only will you get in trouble, but so will your family. Tang Li looked at her with a threatening gaze. Mei Feng looked at Tang Li and then at Mei Xiu. She's right, young master. I cannot ignore my contract. I have an obligation to fulfill my contract. Please don't make things difficult for me or my daughter, Mei Feng sighed. I see. That's unfortunate, but there's no need for you to feel bad about it. Yuan shook his head. If you cannot ignore your contract, then you can simply buy your way out of the contract. Why, young master? I don't have $50 billion, maybe not right now, but you'll have it soon. Yuan smiled at her. And if I help you acquire enough money to buy out of your contract, would you do so? It's fine, I don't actually want you to answer that question. Yuan suddenly interrupted. He returned his focus to the people at the table and continued, Is there anyone here that can contact Chairman Li from the Cultivators Association? What does he have anything to do with this? They asked. You wanted proof that I know Player Yuan, right? Call him and you will get it. After a moment of silence, one of the people there said, I will call Chairman Li. Once he dialed the numbers, everyone waited for Chairman Li to answer the phone. Several rings later, a voice resounded in the open speaker. This is Chairman Li from the Cultivators Association speaking. Good morning, Chairman Li. This is David Swanson. It's been a while since we last spoke. Do you remember me? Of course I do, Mr. Swanson. Your donations to the Cultivators Association will never be forgotten. Anyways, how can I help you today? You see, I have a friend here who would like to speak with you. Do you mind sparing us a few moments of your time? Sure. I can spare some time. David Swanson looked at Yuan and nodded. Hey, Chairman Li, it's me. Yuan said out loud. Huh? This voice is... Chairman Li immediately recognized Yuan's voice, especially since had heard Yuan speak just a few days ago at the concert. What's going on? Did something happen between you and Mr. Swanson? Chairman Li asked in a worried voice. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. When the people there heard Chairman Li's response, they all raised an eyebrow. Something like that. Yuan said. And he continued, I told him that I knew player Yuan, but he doesn't believe me and even asked for proof. Can you, Chairman Li of the Cultivators Association, attest to my claims? Of course. Chairman Li immediately responded. Mr. Swanson. Can you hear me? I can. Listen to me very carefully, Mr. Swanson. I can confirm his claims. He really knows player Yuan. In fact, they're practically best friends. Whatever you do, you better not upset my friend. Chairman Li said in a stern voice. Everyone in the room was shocked by Chairman Li's words. After snapping out of his daze, David Swanson spoke. Wait a second, Chairman Li. It's not that I don't believe you, but do you even know who just spoke? He didn't even introduce himself. I can recognize him by his voice alone. We have spoken to each other many times, after all. He is Yu Tian, correct? That is correct, David Swanson muttered, not daring to believe his ears. Then I have nothing else to say to you. My friend Yu Tian, if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to call me, alright? I will talk to you later. Chairman Li hung up the next moment. The entire room turned silent and nobody there would utter a single word for a whole minute. Since I have received Chairman Li's words that you know player Yuan, I would like to ask you again, are you sure that you can help us meet player Yuan? David Swanson stared at Yuan with narrowed eyes. Of course. We can even meet him right after this if you want. He's currently in this city, after all. Yuan nodded. Seriously? If you can really get us to meet with player Yuan, I will stop our support for the Yu family. David Swanson said. And me too. Another one exclaimed. Soon, everyone in the room agreed to stop supporting the Yu family, leaving Yu Yong and Tang Li absolutely dazed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 989. Published at 23rd of May 2022 4:37 and 49 seconds p.m. Chapter 989. Chapter 989. Taking away their cultivation. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 989. Taking away their cultivation. What are you guys talking about? Please tell me that you're all joking. Yu Yong spoke in a trembling voice after the investors for the Yu family agreed to stop supporting them. Even if you meet player Yuan, there's no guarantee that he will work with you. In fact, I am willing to bet all of my money that he won't. That is a risk I am willing to take. David Swanson said in a calm manner. Although he didn't mention it, he was actually afraid of offending Yu Tian any more due to his relationship with Yuan. If they continue to offend Yu Tian, there is a good chance that they will offend Yuan as well, and based on the rumors around Yuan, he is not someone they want to offend even if they have to cut all ties with the Yu family. Furthermore, ever since Yu Tian stopped playing music for them, their profit had drastically decreased. The Yu family in its current state wasn't worth investing in, and these investors were already thinking about severing ties with the Yu family. If Yu Rao's birthday was even a week later, these investors would have stopped their support for the Yu family on their own accord. Now that you've lost all of your major supports, what are you going to do, mother? Father? Yuan looked at them with contempt, his gaze so cold that it made the two feel as though they had been tossed into the abyss. Why you won't get away with this? All of you will regret this. Tang Li spoke with gritted teeth. Let's go. We're leaving. Yu Yong stood up. Where do you think you're going? Yuan's eyes turned golden again. And he continued in a cold voice, you're done here when I say you're down. Now, sit back down. An immense pressure suddenly fell on Yu Yong and Tang Li, causing them to fall into their seats. Don't forget, you still owe me money. I will let you keep 50 billion since that's how much Miss Meifeng needs to buy out of her contract, but everything else is mine. Ha ha ha. As if we'd give you any money. Tang Li laughed in a crazed manner. Yuan released a deep sigh. I didn't want to resort to this, but, he turned to look at Meishio and spoke, can you make me some tea? The request was very sudden and unexpected, but Meishio instantly understood what he was trying to do. Sure. Mother, can you help me? It's been a while, so I forgot how to make tea. Meishio grabbed her hand and pulled her along to make tea. Meishio? What is going on? Meifeng asked her once they left. Who knows? She shrugged. Meanwhile, inside the room, Yuan turned to look at the investors and said, I no longer have any need for you all. Go to the Cultivators Association and wait for me there. You'll meet Player Yuan by the end of the day. The investors were still doubtful of him, but they had no choice. They were clearly up against a monster, one the Yu family had created. Oh, right, before you all leave, I have one more question. What about the contract? What contract are you talking about? David Swanson asked with raised eyebrows. The one I signed with the Yu family. The investors looked at each other and laughed. We don't know what you're talking about. Such a contract doesn't exist. Yuan smiled after hearing their words and nodded, then I'll see you all later. Naturally, the contract existed, but the investors there knew what Yuan was trying to do, so they had no choice but to forget about the contract. Once all of the people in the room except for Yu Yong and Tang Li left, Yuan focused his attention on them. What do you think I should do with the two of you? He asked as he slowly approached them. Yu Yong and Tang Li wanted to run, but they were unable to move their bodies, almost as though they were chained to the chair. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. So the both of you have managed to reach the first level spirit warrior. You must have worked hard to acquire such a profound cultivation. It would be a shame if you were to lose it all at once. Yuan narrowed his eyes at them with a vicious gaze. Why you wouldn't dare? Yu Yong shouted. Do you really still think that I am the same person as before? If that's the case, allow me to open your eyes. No. Stop. Help me. Somebody. Yu Yong roared when he saw Yuan's motions. Yuan ignored Yu Yong's cry for help and struck him in the chest with his palm. Gah. Yu Yong coughed out a mouthful of blood, and he could feel his cultivation being destroyed. No. 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 How dare you? My cultivation. It took a moment for reality to sink in, but when it did, Yu Yong's face twisted in anger. Had spent many hours and tons of money to improve his cultivation, and for it to all disappear in an instant, it tortured his mind and heart. Soon, you will also know what it feels like to lose everything. I took your power first, then it will be your wealth, and lastly, I will take your entire family from you, just like what you did to me. Yuan turned to look at the terrified Tang Li next. Ple please. Wait. Spare me. I was wrong. Don't hurt me. I will do anything you want. I can destroy Mai Feng's contract and hand her over to you. Please. I am still your mother. However, Yuan's face turned even colder after hearing her words. You dare call yourself my mother after everything you have done? The pressure in the room increased. Don't you ever dare call yourself my mother again. Yuan shouted as he thrusted his palm into her chest, destroying her dantian. No. Tang Li could feel all of the spiritual energy in her body dissipate in the following moments. Yuan took a deep breath to calm himself down after destroying Yu Yong and Tang Li's cultivation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 990. Published at 23rd of May 2022 4:37 and 48 seconds p.m. Chapter 990. Chapter 990. I am no longer Utian. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 990. I am no longer Utian. Meishio and Meifeng returned to the room with a cup of tea shortly after Yuan destroyed Yu Yong and Tang Li's to see blood all over the couple's mouth and clothes. What in God's name happened here? Young master. What did you do? Meifeng was terrified when she saw the scene. Don't worry, I didn't kill them. I only destroyed their dantian, taking away their cultivation forever. Yuan said in a calm voice. Meifeng was speechless. What had happened to him since my visit a few months ago? He's changed into a completely different person. He's both ruthless and merciless. Meifeng cried inwardly. Yu Tian. You will not get away with this, Yu Yong muttered in a low voice despite the pain in his chest. Oh, I should have mentioned this earlier, but I am no longer Yu Tian, he said. Call me Yuan. That's my name now. What? Both Yu Yong and Tang Li turned to look at him with wide eyes filled with disbelief. Young master. You don't mean, Meifeng asked in a trembling voice. Yes, I am player Yuan, I have been since the very beginning. He nodded, confirming their suspicions. No way, both Yu Yong and Tang Li began feeling emotions that they never experienced before after learning the truth behind player Yuan. Neither of them could have imagined that their own crippled son had been player Yuan all along. It was a shocking revelation that drove them to the brink of insanity. We'd been chasing after our own son this entire time? As this reality sank into their minds, Yuan spoke. I want all of my money, except the 50 billion, in this bank account by the end of the day. If I don't see the money by then, I will come back to completely cripple the two of you. And don't even try to stop me. There is nobody in this world that can stop me from taking back what is rightfully mine. Also, don't think I have forgotten about that time you hired people to kidnap Meishio. One by one, I will slowly return the debt. The two of you have abused me for years. I won't let my revenge end so soon. After placing his bank account information on the table before them, Yuan deactivated his dragon's gaze and started approaching Meifeng. Miss Meifeng, I have already paid them the 50 billion required for you to leave the Yu family. I won't force you to work for me, nor will I tell you what to do from this point forth because you're free to do whatever you want from now. Yuan took the cup of tea from her hands and drank it in one motion. Perhaps you had a dream that you wanted to fulfill, or maybe you wanted to do another job. Whatever it is, I hope that you can find happiness in your new life. If you ever need any help, you can always contact me. I am currently living at the Dragon Spiral Mountain with Meishio and my friends. The Dragon Spiral Mountain? That's the most exclusive territory in this country. The Yu family have been trying for years to move there. Meifeng cried inwardly. Meishio, let's go. I don't want to stay in this dump any longer. Okay. She nodded and followed him to the door. Yuan suddenly stopped at the door and spoke. Oh, right. I don't really care if you reveal my identity as Yuan since I no longer have any reason to hide it, but if you do, let's just say that the public won't be very happy once they learn about Yu Tian's past. Yuan and Meishio left the Yu family's manor shortly after. Meifeng stayed in the room with Yu Yong and Tang Li for a little longer. After a long moment of silence, Meifeng bowed to them and said, despite all of the troubles you've caused me and others, I am still grateful towards the Yu family. Because of you, I was able to meet an amazing person like the young master, who I treated as my own son at one point. I'm sure that my daughter would agree with me, so I would like to thank you for that. However, it is time for me to leave the Yu family. Once again, thank you for everything. After giving them another bow, Mei Feng turned around and walked out of the room. She immediately went to pack her necessities and left the Yu family shortly after. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Sometime later, she took a taxi and disappeared somewhere. Meanwhile, Yuan and Meishio regrouped with Chu Liuxiang. Is everything finished? Chu Liuxiang asked. No, it's not. However, I don't want it to end so quickly, so I am going to take this slowly. Yuan said. Want to tell me about it? I won't force you if you don't want to. She then asked. I'll tell you as we move. Where are we going now? The Cultivators Association. Huh? Chu Liuxiang raised her eyebrows. I have some people waiting for me there. You'll understand after you listen to what happened. Thus, they started making their way towards the Cultivators Association. Yuan would explain the situation to Chu Liuxiang on the way there. I see. So that's what happened. What are you going to do to those investors? Don't tell me you're really going to work with them. Of course not. They're just as guilty as the Yu family for supporting them. In fact, they might even be the root of the whole problem. If they never approached the Yu family, perhaps they wouldn't have been so corrupted. Yuan said. That makes sense. The investors are usually the real masterminds, as they are always pressuring those they support for more profit, even threatening them. The Chu family had their fair share of trouble with them when I was there. That's just how the world works. Chu Liuxiang agreed with him. Yuan, do you think my mother will come with us? Meishio suddenly asked with a look of uncertainty on her face. Who knows? He shrugged. However, I do hope that she works for us. Me too, she sighed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 991. Published at 23rd of May 2022 4:37 and 45 seconds p.m. Chapter 991. Chapter 991. Until the interview. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 991. Until the interview at the Cultivators Association. Chairman Lee was surprised when David Swanson and the other investors suddenly showed up at his place. What the hell happened to you guys? Especially you, Mr. Jiang. Your leg seems to be injured. Chairman Lee asked them with a frown on his face. I fell down on my way here. It's nothing serious. Mr. Jiang said with a stiff smile on his face. Yu Tian told us to come here and wait for player Yuan to show up. He promised that he will let us meet player Yuan. David Swanson said. Come to my room now. All of you. Chairman Lee said. Sometime later, once they were in a private room and sitting down, Chairman Lee slammed the table in anger. Tell me. What happened between you guys and Yu Tian? The investors were taken aback by Chairman Lee's sudden fit of rage. Calm down, Chairman Lee. Why are you so angry? Mr. Zhou said to him. Calm down. Do you idiots have any idea who you're messing with? We know. He knows player Yuan, so it would be a bad idea to offend him. However, it's a little too late for that. Tell me everything. Chairman Lee frowned. The investors looked at each other, seemingly hesitant to tell Chairman Lee about their involvement with the Yu family and Yu Tian. However, since they have somewhat dragged Chairman Lee into this mess and angered him, they had no choice but to tell him. Even though they were all wealthy and powerful people, they did not dare to offend the Cultivators Association that was getting increasingly more influential and powerful at a rapid rate, not to mention their relationship with the government. Even before the investors finished telling the full story, Chairman Lee was already fuming in anger, his body trembling non-stop. The investors were terrified when they saw this, and they wanted to stop, but they didn't dare to stop until they finished telling the whole story. You fucking idiots. Chairman Li shouted at them afterward. Chairman Li, please tell us what you know. You clearly know something that we don't. David Swanson said to him in a pleading voice. However, before Chairman Li could even say anything, someone knocked on the door. Chairman Li. Someone claiming to be Player Yuan has asked for an audience. What? Player Yuan actually came? The investors were pleasantly surprised. Let him in. Chairman Li said. The door opened, and 3 figures entered the room. The investors were puzzled when they saw Yuan. The thought that he was Player Yuan didn't even enter their minds. Where's Player Yuan? You promised us that we'd meet him. One of them exclaimed. Of course, and I have already fulfilled that promise. Yuan said with a profound smile. What are you talking? That person halted his sentence midway, and the entire room turned dead silent. Chairman Li suddenly stood up and bowed. How are you doing, Yuan? When the investors heard Chairman Li addressing him as Yuan, they all realized the truth almost simultaneously. Why, you're Player Yuan? That's impossible. David Swanson exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. Don't tell me you're going to ask for proof again? I don't have the energy to deal with your nonsense anymore. These guys. Aren't you Mr. David? A familiar voice suddenly resounded. Yuan and everybody in the room turned to look at Chu Liuxiang. You know him? Yuan asked her. Of course. I have seen him at the Chu family plenty of times. She nodded. Why you are? Young Lady Chu. What are you doing here? David Swanson also recognized Chu Liuxiang after looking at her face closely. The other investors there also recognized her. As one of the most powerful and wealthy backgrounds in the country, it was only natural for these investors to approach the Chu family. Is it weird for me to be here? Chu Liuxiang said. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. What about the Chu family? Oh, I left the family long ago. I am now part of his family. She pointed at Yuan. Seriously? You left the Chu family to be with Yu Tian? People may know him as Yu Tian, but I have always known him as Yuan. Chu Liuxiang suddenly narrowed her eyes. Anyways, I heard about the situation from him. So you guys are involved with the Yu family, huh? Why am I not surprised? The investors began sweating. If even someone like Chu Liuxiang decided to leave the Chu family for him, there was no way they could refute his identity as Yuan anymore. Please forgive us, Yu Tian. No, Yuan. David Swanson fell to his knees and kowtowed to Yuan. The other investors immediately followed. Ha 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 ha. Yuan suddenly started laughing. You want me to forgive you after everything that you've done to me? In your damn dreams. The investors began taking steps back, distancing themselves from Yuan. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Once I am done with the Yu family, I will deal with you guys as well. Do you deal with us? You may be famous, but do you have what it takes to handle us? You're just a damn child. What can you do besides threatening us with harm? Mr. Jiang suddenly shouted. Yuan smiled and said, I may be a child, but I can destroy all of you with a few words. Oh. I would love to see how you're going to achieve that. Yuan smiled and turned to look at Chairman Li. Chairman Li, can you prepare an interview for me? I'd like to speak with the world for a moment. Of course. I will have everything prepared in an hour. Yuan looked at the investors and spoke, I will give you all a chance to live a normal life. If you give me all of your money, I will forgive you. All of our money? You must be out of your damn mind. David Swanson shouted. Yuan shook his head and said, Don't be so rash. I'll give you until the interview begins to give me the money. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 992. Published at 23rd of May 2022 3:18 and 24 seconds AM. Chapter 992, 992. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 992. Removing his mask. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Since then, Chairman Li not only prepared the interview but also spread news that player Yuan will be the one doing the interview. When news spread, people from all over the city flocked to the Cultivators Association, filling up the square outside almost immediately. Wow, there's a lot of people, more than I anticipated. Yuan looked at the crowd outside through the window. What are you planning? David Swanson asked him in a nervous voice. Yuan smiled and said, "You're right. I don't have the power to deal with you guys. After all, I am just one person who happens to be really good at a video game. However, what if I make those with power deal with you guys?" He turned to look at the crowd again and continued, "I wonder how many legacy families are in that crowd. I also wonder what they would be willing to do for me if I offer them divine rank cultivation techniques and divine grade treasures. Why, you're going to bribe them?" The investors were in disbelief. "No, I am only giving them a reward for helping me out. I guess you can even say that I am merely hiring them for a service. Once I give them your names, I wonder how long it will take for them to destroy you guys." Yuan showed them a cold smile. "If divine grade treasures are not enough, I can even offer them ancient grade treasures." "Ancient grade treasures?" they exclaimed. In this world, besides Yuan, nobody has managed to acquire ancient grade treasures. In fact, besides a lucky few, even divine grade treasures are unobtainable. The investors there looked at each other with fearful looks on their faces. If Yuan was truly planning on bribing the public to destroy them, they would have no chance of survival. After all, even they would do everything in their power to help Yuan if they had the chance. "Yuan, the interview is ready. You can go onto the stage whenever you want." Chairman Li suddenly entered the room and said, "All right, I'm coming." Yuan wore a mask on his face before approaching the door. "Wait. I am willing to give you all of my fortune." One of the investors there suddenly stepped forward and announced, "Me too. I will also give you every penny in my bank account." Another stepped forward. In their eyes, even if they gave away all of their money, there was still a chance for them to earn more money. However, if Yuan successfully bribes the world to destroy them, they might not survive through the rest of the week. In the end, 4 out of the 12 investors there decided to hand Yuan all of their money in order to purchase his forgiveness. As for the other 8, they refused to believe that Yuan would be able to bribe the public, as that would destroy his reputation. No more takers? All right, don't say I didn't give you a chance later. Yuan walked out of the room shortly after with Chairman Li. Once they were alone, the investors there argued amongst themselves. "Why did you agree to give him all of your money? There's no way that he would be able to bribe the public. As if the other families would be that stupid to agree to such a thing. I'm not taking that risk. Even if he successfully bribes the public, he would immediately become the world's #1 enemy. A single person shouldn't be able to hold that much power. The others will crush him before he can crush us." While the investors argued, Yuan appeared in the square and stepped on a portable platform that had just been prepared. "Look! It's player Yuan. Damn it. He's still wearing a mask. Is he the real deal or just a fake?" The chairman of the Cultivators Association is the one who organized this event. "I don't think they would do something like this if he was a fake." The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Hello, everyone. I am Chairman Li of the Cultivators Association. First of all, I would like to thank you all for coming here on such short notice. Second, I would like to thank player Yuan for his participation despite his busy schedule. Chairman Li took the microphone and spoke to the crowd. After talking for a few more minutes, Chairman Li handed the microphone to Yuan. The entire place turned dead silent as they anxiously waited for him to speak. This was happening all over the world, as the interview was being broadcast to the whole world. After taking a deep breath, Yuan spoke into the microphone. Thank you all for coming today. Before I start, I would like to apologize for not appearing before all of you sooner, but I had a reason for hiding myself, and I am going to tell you all that reason today. Due to some family issues and health issues, I was unable to come out until today. I was born with a healthy body, but my body would stop functioning properly as I grew older. I lost my ability to see when I was only 7 years old. When I was 13 years old, I became a cripple that couldn't even get out of bed without the help of another person, and for the next few years, I would remain in such a state. I am currently 18 years old, almost 19, and I have been living in solitude for almost 5 years now, hence why I am only appearing in public now. The people watching Yuan's speech were left speechless after learning about his tragic life, and they all understood why he hasn't shown himself for so long. W8. What the hell is he doing? What happened to bribing the public? Why does it seem like he's going to reveal his true identity? The investors watching from inside the Cultivators Association were shocked. Yuan continued speaking, now that I have completely recovered, I am going to celebrate by finally revealing my true identity to all of you today. Everyone watching swallowed nervously after hearing his words. Player Yuan is finally going to reveal his true identity? This is what everyone and their mother has been waiting for since the day of his first appearance in the form of an announcement in Cultivation Online. And without any hesitation, Yuan removed his mask, revealing to the world his handsome face. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 993. Published at 23rd of May 2022 3:18 and 23 seconds AM. Chapter 993, 993. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 993. Player Yuan's true identity. After removing his mask, Yuan placed it on the table in front of him and stared at the crowd with a calm expression. It was almost as though the world was silent at this moment, as not a single sound could be heard from that location. Huh. That's Player Yuan. Doesn't he seem familiar? It's like I have seen him before. Some of the people there felt familiarity after seeing his face. W8. Isn't that Yuan? The legendary music prodigy who recently performed in a concert after disappearing for many years? I am sure of it. That's Yuan. I even watched his performance a few days ago. Someone there finally recognized Yuan's face and exclaimed, letting everyone there know of his identity. Yuan smiled and said, "Indeed, I am that Yuan." The crowd became chaotic after this shocking revelation. Nobody there could have expected the mysterious player Yuan to be the missing child prodigy, Yuan. Shortly after Yuan revealed his true identity as Yuan, people from all around the world started contacting the Yu family. However, there was no response from the Yu family, almost as though they had suddenly disappeared. Sometime later, Yuan's voice resounded again. I am sure that some of you are trying to contact the Yu family even as I am speaking, but I must warn you, you're only wasting your effort. Why would you say that, Yuan? One of the reporters there asked him. Yuan glanced at the person who just spoke and responded in a cold voice, "Don't address me with that name. I don't want to be associated with that family." The people there trembled after hearing his cold voice. Did something happen between you and the Yu family? Would you be willing to tell us about it? Another reporter there asked. Of course. That's why I am doing this interview. I am going to answer as many questions as I can. He nodded. Anyways, the reason why I don't want to be associated with the Yu family is because, Yuan proceeded to tell the whole world about how the Yu family had mistreated and abused him since he was a child, treating him as though he was a slave for their own profit. He told them about how the Yu family had adopted him only to profit from his talents. He told them about how they would force him to practice day and night without any breaks. He told them about how they forced him to sign an illegal contract when he was still a young child. He told them about how they abandoned him after he became a cripple and how they treated him like trash since then. When the world learned of all the horrible things the Yu family had done to him, everyone felt anger in their hearts, and they cursed the Yu family inwardly. After talking about all of the bad things the Yu family had done to him, Yuan started talking about the good things. He spoke about how his younger sister had sacrificed herself so that she could take care of him for many years despite being 2 years younger than himself. He spoke about a certain servant who treated him like her own child. Even though he wanted to drag the Yu family through dirt, he didn't want those who helped him to be dragged along merely because of their association with the Yu family, so he spoke about Yu Rou and Mei Feng, treating them as though they were his savior. This way, nobody would dare to mess with them even if they were associated with the Yu family. In fact, Yuan even publicly announced that if anyone were to mess with Yu Rou or Mei Feng, they would face his wrath. Brother, Yu Rou, who was watching the broadcast with Xia Jingyi and White Lotus, bawled her eyes out. Even though her own family had been exposed for their behavior and will soon be the public's #1 enemy, she couldn't help but feel as though a mountain had been lifted from her shoulders. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Sometime later, Yuan said, although I want to blame all of my suffering on the Yu family, that wouldn't be fair, as they were only manipulated by the true masterminds. Oh no. This bastard is going to get us killed. The investors finally realized Yuan's true intentions, but it was already too late. Yuan proceeded to name the 8 investors that refused to renounce their fortune for his forgiveness and spoke about how they had corrupted the Yu family, even mentioning the companies they owned. Immediately after Yuan revealed their names, the named investors started getting phone calls from pretty much everybody on their contact list and more. Mr. Swanson. It's a disaster. Most of our investors and associates have just announced that they will stop supporting us and even demanded for their money back. At this rate, we'll go bankrupt. Mr. Jiang. Please. You need to do something. The legacy families are suddenly threatening to destroy us. What is happening? When the 4 investors that renounced their fortune for Yuan's forgiveness saw the results of their decision, they all sighed in relief, feeling as though they just dodged a massive bullet, even though they will soon be losing all of their money. Fuck. That fucking bastard. We're ruined. The 8 investors cried, but there was nothing they could do about the situation. However, Yuan wasn't done just yet. Although I cannot do anything against these people that have wronged me by myself, I would like to seek your help. If you can do something about it, please help me get justice. I will owe you a favor, you have my word. When the powerful families that have been wanting to recruit Yuan heard the last few words of his sentence, they all decided to help him. This guy is freaking brutal. Chairman Li was sweating buckets as he stood behind Yuan, realizing how lucky he is to not be Yuan's enemy. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 994. Published at 23rd of May 2022 3:18 and 22 seconds AM. Chapter 994. 994 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 994. End of Yuan's interview. After dealing with the Yu family and the 8 investors, Yuan decided to answer some of the public's questions. I will now be answering any questions you may have. All of the reporters there immediately started shouting their questions. It was so chaotic and loud that nobody could hear a proper question being asked. Please calm down. Since everyone here seems to have a question, I will pick some of you. Yuan said. Once the place was quiet again, Yuan randomly pointed at someone in the crowd. The young man wearing a yellow shirt with a red heart. Do you have a question for me? Why yes. Thank you for picking me. I want to ask, are you still playing? A lot of people seem to think that you've quit for some reason. Of course I am still playing. In fact, I intend on ascending to the next realm after I return home from all this. The audience were shocked to hear such news because if Yuan manages to clear the stairway to heaven, the 3rd heaven will be unlocked for all players. Next question. The young lady wearing a red shirt and blue jeans. Yuan picked another person shortly after. Thank you for picking me. I would like to ask, what is your current cultivation in and out here? Yuan smiled and said, I am at the peak of Spirit Lord. As for my current cultivation, I am a Spirit Grandmaster. What? He's already achieved Spirit Grandmaster? Everyone watching was in disbelief. If you don't believe me, then let me show you something. Yuan's body suddenly started hovering towards the sky, shocking everyone there, including Chairman Li. He's flying? How is that possible? Is this a magic trick? The reporters there asked him. Once you achieve Spirit Grandmaster, you can start learning something called Qi manifestation. If you master this technique, you will be able to fly. This is also true in. Most people already knew that Spirit Grandmasters could fly without flying swords in, but they didn't think it would also work in the real world. Once the crowd calmed down, Yuan continued to answer their questions. An hour later, Yuan said, I will be ending the interview now. Thank you all for participating. However, before leaving, he still had a surprise for everyone there. After taking a deep breath, he spoke into the microphone. In order to celebrate this occasion, I would like to host a little event, and anyone can participate in this event. 7 days from now, I will hide some heaven-grade treasures and even a divine-grade treasure in Spirit Heaven. If you can find it, it will be yours. I will give you the general location of the treasures on the same day. Good luck, everybody. Yuan walked away from the platform and entered the Cultivators Association with Chairman Li while the guards there blocked the reporters from bombarding them. After returning to the room with the investors, Yuan looked around and asked, where are the others? There were only 4 people left inside the room, and they were the ones who agreed to give Yuan their wealth. They all left long ago. If you had mentioned my name during the interview, I would have left too, I see. Anyways, you have until tonight to hand me all of your wealth. If I find out that you didn't give me all of your money, I will do another interview. And don't even try running away because I will find you. Once you transfer the money, I don't want to ever hear from you or see you guys again. Do you understand me? Why yes. We understand. They all shouted. Once Yuan handed his bank account to them, the 4 of them ran away. Now I don't need to worry about having no money for a while. Yuan smiled once he was alone with Chairman Li. You'll probably have enough for more than one lifetime with the amount of money you're going to be getting later. Chairman Li shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Thanks for your help, Chairman Li. This wouldn't have been possible without your help. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. I will be glad to help you at any time. If you need help again, you know where to find me. I will send you a location in 7 days. Go there and you will find something. No need to thank me. This is my way of thanking you. Yuan said to him. Thank, okay. Chairman Li nodded with excitement. Sometime later, he flew away from the Cultivators Association since the outside was still flooded with people. A few blocks away, he met up with Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. Now that the entire world knows your true identity, what are you going to do? Chu Liuxiang asked him. The same as usual, he said with a smile. I still can't believe you actually went through with it. I wonder how the Yu family is doing now. I doubt they'll be able to survive after this scandal. They'll probably go into hiding. Meishio said. They can hide all they want, as long as they give me back my money. Yuan said. Hey, Yuan, since we have some time now, let's go visit the orphanage. Chu Liuxiang suddenly suggested. The orphanage. Yuan repeated in a mumbling voice. Yes. It's not that far from here, too. Sure. Let's go. Yuan nodded with a smile. They started making their way to the orphanage while the rest of the world talked about Yuan's interview today. Meanwhile, at Eternal Lotuses, White Lotus and the others were busy refusing people that were trying to get into contact with Yu Rou after learning about her relationship with Yuan. As for the Yu family, their headquarters was surrounded by people that were throwing trash among other stuff into their property. The police did not bother stopping these people because they didn't receive any complaints, and they also wanted justice for Yuan. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 995. Published at 23rd of May 2022 3:18 and 22 a.m. Chapter 995. 995 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 995. Orphanage. An hour later, Yuan arrived at the orphanage that he and Chu Liuxiang used to call home. Wow, this place looks worse than it does in my memories. Yuan was surprised by the poor condition of the place. Well, it's been over a decade since we lived here, and this place never had any money to begin with, Chu Liuxiang said. And she continued in a sighing voice, even though the Chu family had offered to give them donations multiple times, they would always refuse it. Why would they do that? I have no idea. She shook her head. So this is where you two came from. Meishio was focused on the orphanage, as she considered this place as Yuan and Chu Luxiang's true origins. Let's see if they are still in service, Yuan said a moment later. They approached the worn building and knocked on the door. A few moments later, the door opened, and a middle-aged woman appeared before them. How may I help you fine ladies and gentlemen? The middle-aged woman asked them with a gentle smile. Yuan's eyes widened when he saw this woman's face, and he muttered in a low voice, Sister Ellis. Is that you? HM? Do I know you, handsome young man? The middle-aged woman asked with a puzzled face. It's me, Yuan. Do you remember me? I used to play the harmonica all the time for you and the other orphans. The middle-aged woman's eyes widened with surprise after hearing his words. She covered her mouth and spoke in a trembling voice, Why Yuan? Is that really you? My God, you've grown into such a fine young man. I couldn't recognize you at all. Sister Ellis, what about me? Do you remember me? Chu Liuxiang spoke next. Ellis turned to look at her. Lulu? You look almost the same as the day you left. Your beautiful hair and hazel eyes. It's hard to forget about you even if I want to, especially since you were always the loudest one. She turned to look at Meishio next and asked, Were you also from this orphanage? Sorry, but I don't recognize you. No, I am not. Meishio quickly shook her head. I see. Anyways, what brought you two back to the orphanage? Ellis asked them a moment later. We're just visiting, said Chu Liuxiang. How are you and the orphanage doing nowadays, Sister Ellie? If there's anything we can do to help, Yuan asked her. Unfortunately, the orphanage is no longer in service. In fact, we shut down just last week. I am still here just to finish closing this place down. What? The orphanage is no longer in service? What happened? Chu Liuxiang exclaimed. Well, we ran out of money, so we can no longer operate. Seriously? My father told me that had tried donating to your orphanage, but you guys would always refuse. Is there a reason why even though you clearly needed the money? Ellis sighed and said, The owner of the orphanage is a corrupt bastard. Any money that gets donated to this orphanage will be stolen by him, so I refused the Chu family's donation, as I don't want to give him any more money even if it means shutting this place down. Yuan and Chu Liuxiang frowned after learning the truth. Who is the owner of this place? I want to have a word with him. Yuan said. What? I appreciate your thoughts, but there's no point in doing that. The orphanage is already closed. Furthermore, the owner sold it. This place will be demolished soon. There is nothing you or I can do about it. We won't know for sure until we try it. I made a small name for myself, so I should be able to help. Please, Sister Ellie. I don't want this place to disappear in such a manner. Yuan said in a dispirited manner. Ellie sighed. All right. I will give you the name of this person. Just don't do anything rash, okay? Of course. Yuan nodded with a smile. Ellie handed him a business card that had all of the information they needed on it. Thank you. Give me a moment while I make a call. Yuan took the business card and proceeded to call Chairman Li. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Hello, Chairman Li. If you don't mind, I'd like to trouble you again. What happened? You see, Yuan began telling Chairman Li about the situation and the owner's information. How dare this scoundrel steal money from an orphanage that helps children? Unforgivable. Don't worry, I will make sure he's taken care of before the day ends. Thank you. After hanging up, Yuan returned to Ellis. Sister Ellis, if you had the chance, would you become the new owner of this orphanage? He suddenly asked her. Well, it's always been my passion to help those in need, especially children. If I can manage the orphanage, would definitely do it. Why are you asking? You will see in a bit. Yuan smiled. While we wait for the results, can we take a look around the building? He then asked. Of course. Yuan and the others followed Ellis into the orphanage shortly after. The interior is exactly like how I remember, but it's a lot smaller. Chu Liuxiang said. You're much bigger now, so it's only obvious that this place would seem smaller. Ellis chuckled at her silly remarks. Hey! Yuan. Do you remember this spot? You would always sit on the table here and play the harmonica for us. Chu Liuxiang pointed at an empty spot that used to have a table. I do, and you would always shake the table whenever you asked me to play another song. Yuan smiled. Yuan and Chu Liuxiang would reminisce about their life as an orphan as they walked through the old and empty building. Shortly after their tour ended, Chairman Li called Yuan to let him know of some good news. I see. Thank you very much, Chairman Li. I will return this favor in 7 days. Yuan said to him. After hanging up, he turned to look at Ellis with a wide smile on his face. Yuan. What's the matter? She asked in a nervous voice. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 996. Published at 23rd of May 2022 3:18 and 19 seconds AM. Chapter 996. 996. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 996. Personal maid, I have some good news, Sister Ellis. This place will no longer be demolished, and you will become the new owner. Yuan relayed this news to her. What? How is that possible? What did you do? Ellis didn't dare to believe such good news. I just called a friend who could help us. But this place was already sold. How did they manage to convince the buyer? Who knows? He shrugged. What about the previous owner? What happened to him? He will be going to jail. What about the funds? Even if I own this place, if I don't have any money, that's also been taken care of. I will be donating some of my money to this orphanage so you don't have to worry about money for a long time. Why you? I don't want to put such a burden on you, it's fine. I won the lottery recently, so I have plenty of money. Yuan chuckled. Seriously? Ellis stared at Yuan's calm expression with a shocked face. Seriously? He confirmed. My God, by the way, there will be someone here later to help you get everything settled. They will also assist you until you can manage this place properly. Tears began pouring out of Ellis' eyes. Thank you. How can I ever repay you for this? You already have. Yuan smiled. Yuan and the others stayed with Ellis until the help Chairman Li sent had arrived. Hello, I am Peter, and these people behind me are my team. We will be helping you get this orphanage back up and running as soon as possible. We will also teach you how to manage the place. The man leading the group introduced himself. Then we'll be leaving now, Sister Ellis. We'll come back later to check up on you, Yuan said to her. After saying their goodbyes and hugging Sister Ellis, Yuan and his group left the orphanage. You're very lucky to have such a close relationship with him, Sister Ellis, Peter said to her after they left. Huh? Why? You don't know? No, Peter proceeded to tell Ellis about Yuan's background, which greatly shocked her. Oh my. To think he'd lived such a horrible life after leaving the orphanage. But I'm really glad that he's managed to turn his life around. Ellis sighed. At the end of the day, Yuan asked Meishio, what's the situation with our money? She looked at their bank account and said, the 4 investors have already sent their money. We currently have $122 billion in the bank. However, we haven't received anything from the Yu family yet. I see, Yuan sighed. Are you going back to deal with the Yu family? Chu Liuxiang asked. Knowing them, they probably already fled the city and went into hiding. He shook his head. So what are we going to do now? Look for them? It's already getting late, so I'm not going to bother. They can run, but they won't be able to hide forever. We'll eventually find them, and when we do, Yuan's eyes glinted with a killing intent. Meishio and Chu Liuxiang swallowed nervously. Let's go home for now, he said to them a moment later. Okay. They took a taxi back to the Dragon Spiral Mountain. A few hours later, they arrived at the bottom of the mountain. Welcome back, young Master Yuan. The guards outside the gates greeted him. Hey. We're back. Young Master Yuan, there is actually someone waiting for you, one of the guards suddenly said to him. Huh? Who? It's me, young master. A familiar voice resounded beside them. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yuan turned to look at this person. A smile appeared on his face when he realized her identity. Miss Mei Feng. Are you sure? Yuan asked her. Of course. It's always been my dream to work for you after you joined the Yu family, and this is still my dream, she said. After taking a deep breath, she bowed to him and spoke in a nervous voice, Young master, I would like to work for you. Please hire me. I am even willing to work for free. Of course I will hire you. Yuan smiled. Thank you, young master. You will not regret it. Mother, Meishio mumbled. Mei Feng turned to look at her next. You don't have to worry about me. Just continue living your life as usual, she said. Mother doesn't know about my relationship with Yuan yet. Things will definitely become awkward later if I don't tell her soon. Meishio sighed inwardly. Mei Feng followed Yuan and the others up the Dragon Spiral Mountain until they arrived at their destination. So this is the young master's current home, she mumbled in a dazed voice. Let's go inside, Yuan said. By the time they entered the building, the members of the Demon's Ceiling faction were already waiting by the door to greet them. Welcome back, everyone. I saw the news. I can't believe that you'd actually revealed your true identity to the whole world, Yuan. Shi Lang said. It was going to happen eventually, so I might as well do it sooner. Yuan smiled. Who is this beautiful lady? Wang Ming asked with his gaze looking at Mei Feng. This is, God evening, everyone. I am called Mei Feng, Mixia's mother, and I will be working here as the young master's personal maid starting today. She introduced herself before Yuan could even say anything. Am Mixia's mother? No wonder why you look so familiar even though this is my first time seeing you. The members of the faction were shocked by her identity. However, as excited as they were about meeting Mixia's mother, they were all wondering the same thing at this moment. Meishio is already Yuan's woman, yet her mother will be serving him as his servant. Isn't this incredibly awkward? How will their relationship even work? Miss Meifeng, let me show you around the place. There are plenty of spare rooms so you can pick your own room. Yuan said to her a moment later. Okay. She nodded. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 997. Published at 24th of May 2022 2:27 and 24 seconds AM. Chapter 997, 997. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 997. Room inspection. Once Meifeng left with Yuan to tour around the mansion, the rest of the people there turned to look at Meixiu. Meixiu, now that your mother is here, are you going to be fine? Wang Bingbing asked her. She nodded. It will be fine. She may be my mother, but I am an adult now, and we're no longer at the Yu family. Nothing will change even with her presence here. Your mother seems like the serious type. She's like the complete opposite of you, Wang Ming said. She's very serious and strict when it comes to her work, but she is always perfect. It might take a while, but you will eventually get used to her. Is there anything we should be aware of about her? Like what might make her angry? Meixiu pondered for a moment before responding. If anything, she hates lazy people, I guess. But I don't think any of you should worry about it. She's working for Yuan now, so she will probably change just like I did. While Meifeng followed Yuan around the mansion, she asked him, what do you usually do nowadays, young master? Miss Meifeng, do you think you can stop calling me young master? You're Meixia's mother, so it feels a little weird to be addressed in such a manner by you, not to mention that I am no longer a little kid. You're also no longer working for the Yu family. You don't need to be so formal. Things are really relaxed around here. Even if you say that, what am I supposed to call you? I have called you young master for over 10 years now, and old habits are hard to change. Furthermore, even if I am not at the Yu family, I am still working for you. Can't you just call me Yuan like everyone? That feels wrong to me. I think I will continue to call you young master, after all. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and said, your demeanor reminds me of someone I know but she's much more easygoing than you, even a little silly at times. Anyways, to answer your question, I usually just train with the others in the morning before going into. That's it? Just training and playing video games? What about the instruments? Did you return to playing them? Occasionally, I play the zither. But other than that, I don't touch other instruments. Actually, I guess I also played the piano a couple of times for you, Ro. Do you have no intentions of returning to the world of music? Your talents. It really would be a waste. Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. Now that the entire world knows Yu Tian and Yuan are the same person, I might do a concert once in a while to entertain my fans. However, I don't intend on profiting from it. I want people to be able to enjoy my music without needing to worry about not affording tickets. That's just like you, young master. Sometime later, Yuan showed Meifeng his room. This is my room. That room right there is Meixia's room. Meifeng entered his room the following moment and immediately started inspecting it. Young master. This place is full of dust. Meixiu. What does she do nowadays? Why isn't she cleaning your room? Meifeng had a frown on her face as she looked at the little amount of dust on her fingers. Although Chu Liuxian cleans their room, she's not a professional maid like Meixiu or Meifeng, so it was only natural that the room isn't sparkless. Meixiu doesn't work as my maid anymore. I have her handle the faction and the food. Other than that, she trains with us and mainly focuses on her cultivation. Young master, you cannot live like this. With this much dust in the room, you could easily get sick. Starting today, I will be cleaning your room every day, Meifeng declared. Of course, The room wasn't as dirty as Mei Feng made it sound, but even a speck of dust in the room is one too many for someone like her. "I'm going to see Mixius' room now," Mei Feng said after a quick inspection of Yuan's room. Normally, one would need permission to enter Mixius' room, but this was Mei Feng, her mother. Even Yuan didn't dare to stop her from entering. A moment later, Mei Feng entered Mixius' room and started her inspection. At least she's keeping her own room clean. Mei Feng couldn't find anything to complain about after the inspection. The bed was neatly made, and the furniture in the room was sparkling clean. However, Mei Feng wasn't satisfied just yet, so she dug a little deeper, going into her clothes and such. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. A few minutes later, when Mei Feng reached Mixius' bed, she noticed something was off and reached her hand underneath the bed mattress. Yuan raised his eyebrows, wondering what she was doing. "What's this?" Mei Feng felt something like a box and pulled it out. When she saw what was written on the box, her eyes widened with shock, and her hands even began trembling. Birth control pills? Why the hell is she hiding such a thing? Mei Feng cried inwardly. She turned to look at Yuan in a stiff manner. "Why, young master? Are you and Mei Xiu, by some chance, doing it?" About that, Yuan didn't expect for Mei Feng to find out about his relationship with her daughter so soon, but now that the cat is out of the bag, he might as well tell the truth. "Yes, we're partners. We were going to tell you later when the time was right, but I guess there's no longer any need for that." Yuan chuckled. Mei Feng turned to look at the box again. "That girl. She really did it." A slight smile appeared on Mei Feng's face. She returned the box back to its original place and said, "Don't tell Mei Xiu about this. I want to hear it from her." "I understand." He nodded. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.